Hello, everybody. It is me, 7th Hanuman. The TI community is in trouble. And I have come to a conclusion that I will be making a lot more videos calling out other TI's gang stalkers. There are a lot of misinformation going on and a mass psychosis amongst the TIs in this community. And the reason for that is because of the dumpster stain gang stalkers. And these dumpster stain gang stalkers have controlled of a percentage, a portion of the content creators on YouTube. And it shows they have become so confused that they do not tell the difference between real evidence and theories. So lately, Absent Minded Abe and also a video that Conspiracy Underground made calling me a fake, calling me a con, and a liar. And I want to know exactly how they come to that conclusion to make a claim like that. Anyone can scream out whatever they want, but not anyone can back up the things they screamed out. And I'll tell you right now, if you're a true TI, your dumpster stained gang stalkers are scared of me. They are absolutely scared of me. Because I know I tell a lot of truth. And the entire dumpster stained gang stalker community in this world are scared of me. Their manual needs to change. And my videos are slowly doing that. Oh, hey, Burger Boy. Yes, I was watching a little bit, and I will go into detail as well. I want him to shout at me. I want him to tell his audience that he hates me, because in the end, I already know he's confused by what's going on. And if I ask him to provide proof to come to that conclusion, he's gonna have trouble doing it. And I will invite him for a live stream if he wants to talk about things, because it sounds like there's a lot of hatred inside of him for me. Yeah, I mean, he does seem like is kind of losing his sanity, but he doesn't see it that way. It's because he's in a state of trance. A lot of TIs are like this. I call it psychosis. It's like a mass psychosis. They believe theories are evidence, and the evidence showing no concrete proof of what's going on, or showing the gang stalkers doing anything to them, as facts. But they're all theories, and they're all just generated in their head. They fill in the blanks without confirming if what they're thinking are true. And I have a video that I made I would like to play. And this video is in response to Conspiracy Underground, but later on after the video, I would like to talk about the live stream that Abe is having right now, because lately he's just been losing himself. He just make up claims with nothing to back it up. And I want to help the guy, but he's really stuck in the danger zone. So just hang on tight if you're watching, and I will play this video for you guys. Okay, guys, so I will be playing this video for you guys, and we'll go from there.
In fact, what scientists do on a daily basis is try and go out and prove their colleagues wrong. If you really want to if you want to come here in December, the way you do it is by proving your colleagues wrong. You discover something new and exciting that changes our view of the universe.
This guy comes through and he's basically telling everybody, oh yeah, these are the rules of the gang stalking. They can't do anything physically to you. They can't do this. Nothing happens unless you allow it to happen, blah, 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 blah. And this guy is just completely fucking just pandering, just a fucking shill like fucking 7th Hanuman or some bullshit, just making excuses for these people so they can just continue to do whatever they want to do. And you're supposed to act like it's not that bad, it's not a big fucking deal, they're not doing anything. And the whole time, not taking into account the fact that they can fuck your shit up, and they do it all the time. That's the whole point of me making this fucking video. They fuck your shit up. They fuck up your belongings. Yep. The guy just called me an asshole. For what?
When you say a real TI is fake, that's fucked up, right? That's a fucked up thing to do. But when you say they're fake and then you go to a fake TI and promote them as a real target when they don't even put any evidence out just because you think they're cute. When you say a real TI is fake, that's fucked up, right? That's a fucked up thing to do. But when you say they're fake and then you go to a fake TI and promote them as a real target when they don't even put any evidence out just because you think they're cute. But in the 7th Hanuman, another person, he doesn't know anything about gang stalking, bro. If you can't conceptualize, like, let's talk about 7th Hanuman real quick. Who is a fake TI? And this is how you know he's fake, is because he can't conceptualize physical damages done by humans, by evil humans to a targeted individual. That is the most key thing in TI. Like, this, we gotta understand about gang stalking. This is humans coming into your house and fucking with shit. This is humans using technology to fuck with your shit. This is humans, bro. These are, and the only humans that could do that are people in the military, people in high ranking defense contractor companies, etc., experimental companies, weapons companies. I'm not going to go into the details about it.
Why not go into details?
It's not aliens, it's not demons, it's not spirits, it's not ghosts. If you can't conceptualize, like, if I'm showing evidence myself, Abe has shown the evidence. Targeted Tony has testimony on this. Broken.
I haven't seen one video of a thief, a gang stalker broke into your home, searched through your home, and took a bunch of stuff on the way out.
Matrix has testimony of this. How we go through like 10 cell phones. Our cell phones break all the fucking time, bro. They get hacked and jacked and whacked out of fucking place, man. And I can show you physical shit going on. Like, hey, this is broken. This is fucking this. This is that.
Why don't you get surveillance cameras? I made a video on 3 types of cameras to get: wireless cameras, wired cameras, and trail cameras that runs on batteries. Do that so you can capture the gang stalkers going into your home.
If you can't conceptualize, like, only humans can do that, bro. Like, there's no spiritual entity that's gonna break into your house and destroy everything. Like, the only thing we know in science and physics, like, if something bad's happened to you, it's usually done by a human hand. It's usually not like a fucking anaconda broke into your house.
Okay. See, now he's speaking jargon because he brought in anaconda. So just that alone, he's just talking nonsense. And he needs to be more specific. He's generalizing, and he's bringing anaconda into the picture.
Or fucking Bigfoot. It's a human. If you come home and money's missing, a human took it. If you come home and your tire slashed, a human did it. It's not that hard. If you can't understand that, you're fucking perv. You're fake.
If you know someone went into your home and stole your stuff, then what have you done for security? Where are your cameras? Did you change the locks? Why wouldn't you get cameras? Why?
Target. It's that simple. And there's a lot of people like Seven Hunan, man, where it's like, well, it may be spiritual, it may be this, it may be no, it may be what we always known it to be, humans, bro. Like, let's talk about like all atrocities. Let's talk about the Armenian genocide, bro. You know, there was a genocide of Armenians.
Now he's going off topic again. It's really confusing to follow him as he goes from one topic to another topic and another topic. He's all over the place. And that is because he was in a state of trance.
By the Turks. The Turks say like that never happened, bro. So are you gonna believe the Turks? Oh, he said it never happened, so that's legal, lawful evidence, scientific proof it never happened. No, people fucking lie. The same Turk that said that it never happened could say a ghost did it. Oh, I think there are.
Yeah, but did they say ghosts did it? See, notice how you try to mix facts with the genocide to a fantasy that claiming that, oh, they could have said ghosts did it. But is that what they said? If not, then you're just creating a fantasy and you're mixing in with reality. The way you're presenting your information is just confusing. It's like reality mixed with sarcasm, mixed with some jokes and fantasies. Which one is it? And what does that have to do with me?
Armenians got attacked by ghosts and they all fucking croaked overnight. Like, dude, he's a liar. Humans do bad things and then they lie about it. It's not fucking rocket science.
Yeah, people lie. And there are people that make up lies and don't even realize it. And that's you. Conspiracy Underground.
Like, do you need that beaten into you? Like, no one is that fucking dumb to not know that a human can do a bad fucking thing and then not tell the truth about it because they don't want to fucking tell you. It's easier to lie. And if you believe every fucking lie, you just made their job even easier. Every criminal fucking lies. When they sit in a courtroom and a guilty criminal will always tell you they're innocent. If you can't understand that fucking logic, you are a slow person. Seven, you know. You are.
He calls me a slow person when I know he learned a lot of stuff from me. I've been following Conspiracy Underground, and in the last few months, his perspective are changing. And I wonder why. I want to hear from him that he never learned anything from me. Go ahead and make a video. I want you to make a video and actually show all my flaws. Go through my channel, pick out all my flaws, and prove that I'm a liar and that I am a slow person, that I don't know anything about gang stalking. I want you to prove it. I want to see it.
So that's how you can tell real. I'm gonna just break it down how you can tell real from fake. So like that scenario I just broke down. Anybody denying human hand involvement with this program is a perp. Anyone that refuses to show evidence, like they will never show it. Not that we're asking, but that's just like out of the question. They can't do it. Like they can't pull their phone out and do it physically. That's the main reason they don't show it because they can't fucking do it.
I can't believe he's so stuck on his one headlight as evidence. The street theaters, when just people walking around, as evidence. Those are not evidence because if they are, you could do something with them, and you can't do anything with them because you know they are not evidence. How can you not know they are not evidence? I explained in my videos. I already went through what you're going through. I went through what you're going through 4 or 5 years ago. I'm already way ahead of you. All those true TIs that you believe are the only true TIs, yeah, they're true TIs. I said it. They're true TIs, and you guys are all true TIs. But you also believed that everybody else, or majority of the other TIs on here, are fakes. Somehow you're just so special. You're the special TI. No, it's not special to be a targeted individual believing gang stalking is the government. It is special if you're a targeted individual elevating yourself. And no, it's not the government, it's something else. Saying it's the government is giving the government too much credit. And when you say government, that is not even being specific. That alone is showing that you do not know what you're talking about. Seriously, make a video in the same video, talk about it in detail. Talk about it step by step. How you come to the conclusion that it's the government and that you're spreading the information as the truth when I know you're misinforming the entire TI community. You are misinforming the TI community. And you're calling or you're labeling majority of TIs as perps, and you're just whining all the time. I'm here listening to you for the last 45 minutes, and you're just constantly whining. You're just talking about how bad these other TIs are and how fake they are, and talking trash about me and calling me a slow person and that I don't know anything about gang stalking. Are you serious? I have over 100 videos talking straight, no bullshit about gang stalking. I don't even bullshit around. And you are going to actually be able to tell to your audience that I don't know anything about gang stalking? That is ridiculous. If you are going to make a claim like that, please, I want to see you make a video. You can take segments out of all my videos. Just pick out segments and discredit me. I want to see that video. I want to see it. It will be a fun project for you. Show the TI community that I do not know anything about gang stalking. Do it. I challenge you and your dumpster-stained gang stalkers. Your New York dumpster-stained gang stalkers. Just like them Ohio dumpster-stained gang stalkers.
It's a perp. Okay. Number 3. Anybody that looks at your evidence, like you're busting your ass. This is not about me, guys. I'm just anybody. We know the tactics. We know what evidence looks like. Unless you staged it.
You do not know what evidence look like. You do not. I have not seen any evidence other than your intuition. All you're doing is filming one headlight and you're using your intuition to fill in the blanks for yourself. And then you misinform the TI community. You should explain in detail exactly what evidence are. And if you're going to talk about one headlight as evidence, no, it's not. It's not. One headlight doesn't mean anything. Even if that car follows you from the grocery store home and parked next to you, and it's happening every day, doesn't mean anything. You know why? Because if the driver from the other car did not talk to you, did not engage with you, they're not doing anything wrong. You are just overly sensitive, and you allowed the dumpster-stained gang stalkers use lower voice to skull, send you thoughts, negative thoughts about the car next to you that has one headlight and parked next to you. You don't even have to think about that person in the car because they're not even engaging with you. If they engage with you, what do? Well, a civilized person will talk in a calm manner, professional manner. If they're being aggressive with you, then yeah, I understand you can bust out your phone and start filming it. That would be pretty good evidence. Okay? That engagement there would be good evidence. I have not seen anything like that from you. All I see are just your videos. You claim them as evidence, but you fill in the blanks with your intuition and your thoughts of what's going on. Evidence is when there are engagement between you and another person, either talking back and forth or some type of harassment, verbal abuse back and forth, or they're verbally abusing you and you capture on camera and that they're staring you down, talking trash to you. Yeah, that would be good evidence, and you can make a good argument with that. You don't have anything like that. You're just confused because your New York dumpster stained gang stalkers are messing with you. And they're the one that made you said that I am a fake when I know I'm a TI and I make videos to help other TIs. And I know I also help you understand a lot of this gang stalking as a TI.
It's real. Anyone that can look at evidence over a long period of time and call you a perp, they're covering up for the program. They just nullified all your evidence. They're perps. So, like, if I've called out what targeted Tony in the past, but I've always said that he's filming gang stalking. Like, he does have evidence. You know, I've always said that. I always said, like, yeah, he films one headlights because he does. He's doing it, and I'm saying what he's doing. That's not like breaking some race barrier or breaking some intellectual barrier, like going into a different dimension by stating facts. Someone that's filming evidence has evidence, dude. It's that simple. Whether they staged it with with NORAD Space Command and Air Force Intelligence, no, shut the fuck up, bro. Now, if you think they're an agent still, what agenda is that person pushing? Like, what's my agenda? What am I doing? I'm not meeting with anyone. I haven't emailed, texted, and contacted anyone. Anyone that says they contacted me offline or knows anything about me is a lie. Like, the only reason you would know anything about me, generally, unless you're fucking like super fucking genius that doxed me a million.
See, it's starting to become distracting now because Conspiracy Underground truly believe that he knows gang stalking. But just listening to him, he's not trying to figure out how to make his life better as a TI. This entire stream of his, I'm only hearing him whining and complaining. Whining and complaining. He's just complaining nonstop. Sentence after sentence is or paragraphs just leading to complaining. Let's talk about solutions. Let's slow it down a little bit and talk about solutions. You keep talking about evidence and how you have evidence and the fakes don't have evidence, can't provide evidence. But what are you doing with your evidence that you believe you have? What are you doing with them? Consistently uploading evidence. That's what you believe in the other TIs that you mentioned in the beginning of the stream. What are you guys doing with the evidence? So you're just accumulating a lot of evidence, but doing nothing with the evidence? Are you sure you are confident that your evidence are good? Because it's common sense for a person to know they have strong evidence. So if you have strong evidence, I will know if you show it to me. Other people will know if they see it. What are you doing with your evidence? Because it sounds like you are confident that you have good evidence. So do something with them. And talk about the solution and what steps you will be taking moving forward with the large data of information and evidence that you have proving whatever you're claiming, that you're a real TI, which I already know you're a real TI, but it seems like it's still confusing you in a way where you still think about you need the approval of the entire community for other TIs to openly tell you that, oh yeah, you're a real TI conspiracy underground. Seems like you always talk about this in your videos. You are a real TI. I even mentioned that in my videos that you are a real TI. But for some reason, there's a part of you that believe the community do not approve of you as a real TI. And you need to validate that. Focus on solution, not complaining. And it's sad for one of your audience to listen to you talking about how your audience are most likely not a real TI. When I know the majority of your audience are true TIs. I mean, for them to just listen to you talk about how they are not a true TI, or they could be a true TI, but then if they don't have evidence like you, then they're not showing that they are being gang stalked. I mean, that's confusing. What are you doing? Like, are you even helping the TIs in this community? Or are you just whining, complaining? It's not rocket science. I make videos to help the entire TI community. I have no idea how you can even come up with the conclusion that believing I, 7th Hanuman, don't know anything about gang stalking. I make over 100 videos. And you make a claim that 7th Hanuman, me, don't know gang stalking. How did you even come to that conclusion? It's because of your New York dumpster stained, piss stained, used toilet paper gang stalkers messing with you with lower voice to skull.
Times is if you are working with the government. This is all by design. I could bring that to a fucking court. Now, I'm not saying I could win. It's like, dude, these people fucking dox me and put pictures of me that don't even exist on the internet because they took voyeur candid pictures or they hacked my cell phone and put it on. Like, it's proof in the fucking pudding. Like, you have to have a card. You have to have cards to play with this program, and they will respect your poker face and your cards, dude. Doesn't mean you're gonna win, but hold your cards. Like, don't just be like, here's my name, here's my social, here's everything about me. Here, take it. Here's my fingerprints. See, I'm real. I'll send you my fingerprints and sperm samples. Like, no, dude, they could use that to fucking rape a woman and put your fingerprints all over the place. Don't do that. Doesn't make you look any more realer. When we have, especially, you shouldn't go through any hoops to prove you're real, because we have all these fucking TIs that are real that will never say you're real. So what's the fucking point? No matter what you show, they'll never just feel like, oh, he's real.
I don't get it. Now you're contradicting from what you said earlier. So your advice now, it's just so confusing.
They'll never say that. It's all a competition game. It's all a head game. Now I'm just gonna go over because I was watching. I think it was Absent Minded Age video. He's talking about Real TIs will never communicate with each other. And that's why they do all these fakes online. That's exactly why they have, that's how you, and the last thing I'm gonna say before I go into it, if anyone's saying there's not a lot of fakes, they're a fake. They're defending fakes. But the reason
How can you prove if they are fake? Because they don't show one headlights? That is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You're stuck. You can't even tell if someone make a genuine video talking about their life as a TI. You just want to see if they show one headlight. You're stuck. You're in the danger zone. And I will tell you this. I want to help you, Conspiracy Underground, because I know it's your gang stalker, the dumpster staying gang stalkers of New York messing with you. So that's me showing compassion. I can only do so much. But with that being said, I know what I know, and I will not do nothing because I'm gonna need to speak up if my name's mentioned in anyone's video that I know of, and if it's the truth, I would know it. Okay, fine. I want the TI community to prove me wrong. I want the entire TI community to be able to even look through my videos and put together something to show that I am an idiot, that I am a liar, that I am a perp. Because I know I have many hours of footage. And I want to see where all my flaws are. And I want the TI community to prove me wrong, to prove to me that I don't know anything about gang stalking. But if the TIs in the community start making claims about how I'm a fake, I'm a perp, without backing it up, I'm going to actually defend my own name. So that's just fair.
reason why I don't communicate with real targets is because they're just gonna call me fake. They can't help me. I'm just
No, I don't call you fake. I know you're a real TI, but you don't communicate with me. If you want, the only time I join your open chat, you kick me off within 2 seconds after I say, "Hey, what's up?" You kick me off. So next time I have a live stream, if you want to join in, I welcome you. Conspiracy Underground. I welcome Absent Minded Abe. I welcome Targeted Tony. I welcome any TI in the community. Any TI, even non-TI.
breaking it down because it was a good point you made. They're gonna call me fake. They're gonna look for something to say I'm fake. They can't help, and they're dickheads. Like they're bad people most of the time. I've yet to met a target that was just like a normal fucking person. That was just a normal fucking person. Like the only person I can think of that's semi-normal is Broken Matrix TV. That wouldn't do anything weird. But again, don't trust him either. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you don't trust. I don't trust him. As cool as he is, as real as he seems, this program is tricky.
What is the normal person? Can you explain your criteria as a normal person? You're setting a lot of barriers and you have a lot of trust issues and you're confused in your decision making and you contradict yourself and you openly label TIs real TIs like me as a fake and a perp without no supporting evidence to back up your claim. Like, you need to actually pull out some evidence, like things that I actually said in a video. And don't be tricky about it, like, don't just cut it off right at the middle of my sentence. Be fair. You can tell if you're being fair or not. None of that baby stuff. Oh, after I said a few words, you cut off the video. That is baby stuff, and you're lying to yourself.
That's not to discourage people from building friendships and shit like that, but that's going to be the most dangerous perp, the one that seems the most real, and then when you contact them, they start doing perp shit. I think that's more dangerous than like a 729 man or a TNT Storm or whatever, whoever you want to put in that fucking category. I think that's more dangerous, the most real, and then when you that's going to be the most dangerous perp, the one that seems the most real, and then when you contact them, they start doing perp shit. I think that's more dangerous than like a 729 man or a TNT Storm or whatever, whoever you want to put in that fucking category. So yeah, I mean, just wanted to make this broadcast is because I get a lot of flack. Oh, you always call out perps, you cause division. Well, now I'm not causing division. What are you guys going to do about it? You're not doing anything. No one's doing anything. So I'm not discouraging anyone from doing anything. I'm just saying, he without sin cast the first stone, especially when you're a TI, because no one's perfect on you, right?
He without sin cast the first stone. Okay. I have no comment, but do you really have to bring my name into your jargon? And not only bring my name in, but you also completely discredit me when I have over 100 videos helping the TI community, but for some reason, none of it is good enough for you. I have over 100 videos, and none of them are good enough for you. Let's be honest here. Are you telling your audience that I'm a fake, or you did tell them that I'm a fake TI because, sorry, incoming call, because you know that I'm a fake, or you're just saying it without knowing? Because if you know, then you need to provide facts. If you're just saying it without knowing, you're just saying it, then you're listening to lower voice to skull. So, which one are you? And if you know, then I expect you to make a video showing evidence proving that, or at least have a theory, connected theory, proving that I'm a fake. And none of that baby stuff. Cut and paste, few words here, couple words there, and then try to discredit me. A proper way of doing it is showing complete sentences, paragraphs, and then include your theory to prove that I'm a fake, that I don't know anything about gang stalking. You need to do that, Conspiracy Underground, because you are misinforming the TI community. So until you can prove to your audience and prove to the community that I'm a fake, then you really shouldn't be doing that to other content creators. And you owe me an apology. If you don't want to, that's fine. That's on you. I can't make you. But in the real world, civilized world, society, an apology from you after you make that claim with no evidence would be a nice thing to do. Shimo signing out. Oh, sorry. Wait a minute. One more thing. The New York dumpster stain gang stalkers will have to do extra work to prove that I am not a real TI. Because I don't like you gang stalkers. All you gang stalkers are dumpster stains, including mine. Shimon signing out. Okay, everybody. So that was the video I made answering Conspiracy Underground and his nonsense. And that is the major problem with the TI community, and especially with these content creators talking about gang stalking and making videos on a daily basis talking about gang stalking, but do not have real evidence. And they believe their one headlight are real evidence. But in reality, what are they doing with the evidence? How come they're not doing something with the evidence? Oh, they tried, but the police turned them away. And now they believe the police are involved. They showed those evidence to a non-TI, and if the non-TI do not go along with the evidence they showed, now that TI believe the non-TI it's a perp, it's an agent. So that mindset alone is shutting down every single criticism out there. No matter if the other person genuinely try to help this TI in a nice way, this confused TI will just take it as an attack, or take it as a way for the agent, a perp, to lie and mess with their heads. They have shut every door possible to guide them out of this gang stalking phenomenon. After making videos after videos throughout the course of a year or two, these content creators are not showing signs of getting better because they do not want to believe in other people that do not go along with what they have to say. They do not believe in other people criticizing their video evidence. They write it off, or they make themselves believe, oh, that person is just, he's an agent, he's a perp. That's a gang stalkers, or those are gang stalkers. So what solution are there for that TI? Because they're not helping themselves, him or herself, and other people can't help him or herself, or other people can't help that TI. So what else is left? And now I for the longest time, I believe my videos are solid. I share my experience, and they like these content creators like to call me a fake because I don't show the evidence that they want to see. Well, in the beginning of my channel, I've made many mention that whatever these things that these content creators are going through, I already went through. I went through those situations. Then I started my channel. That's why maybe they don't see me struggling like they are struggling in their videos. But there's also a lot of problems here and there that I go through that I don't share with the entire YouTube community, the TI community. And one reason for that is because I want to stay positive, because you have to stay positive to beat gang stalking. There's no whining. You can't be negative and whining about gang stalking and expect everything to be resolved. And that's one thing that these TIs, content creators, do not understand when they watch my videos. And the entire time they're watching my videos, I can assume that they're not focusing, and they're also listening to the lower voice to skull telling them, making them think about the opposite of what I'm saying, criticizing me in a negative way. So with that being said, I'm going to play more of my videos for this TI community in the future, and I think that will help the community. And I will call out the other TI content creators when they make claims that are lies because they can't back it up with proof. And now I will play Absent Minded Abe live stream that he just had about 2 hours ago. He was extremely upset, and he's just constantly going off, making up, or just, he wasn't even making it up. He was just spilling out sentences after sentences of what he believed are the truth. But then he did not provide any evidence to back up his claims. That is a form of misinformation. I don't want to call it disinformation because he sincerely believed what he's saying are the truth. So he's not purposely trying to disinform the audience. He was just misinforming the audience because he made a lot of claims, bad claims, negative claims about me with nothing to back it up. And recently, based on what I'm watching from his videos, the voice to skull are increasing. But he just have not made the connection that he's listening to voice to skull. For instance, there was a video he made a few days ago where he mentioned that he was playing pool with his cousin. And he was thanking the gang stalkers for not going into the pool hall to harass him. But then he can hear the gang stalkers outside in the parking lot. Directed conversation, whatever he called it. He was listening to voice to skull while playing pool with his cousin. But he wants to call it directed conversation. Fine. Sounds better, I guess. And he's scared about being labeled as schizo. no one is labeling you as a schizo, because I'm not a doctor. I don't know how many of your audience are doctors, but you're not sitting down with a doctor. You're not a schizo until you get labeled as a schizo. You don't get labeled as a schizo until you sit down with a doctor and go through the evaluation. So can you handle yourself to not be in that situation? So you are filling in the blanks all by yourself and labeling people as schizo when you are not a medical doctor. I will play his video, his live stream, and we will go from there.
To you, make yourself a victim in a situation where you're not a victim at all. Not even in the slightest. You don't have a fucking clue what it's like. Nothing. So, again, 7th Hanuman, Adriana Telez, all of you people that claim voice to skull, lower voice to skull, all of this fucking nonsense.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, TNT Storm. Good. I'm just playing this video, but there's some buffering issue.
Well, whatever. We can talk.
Wait, hold on. Let me pause it first.
Who are
Yes, what were you saying?
Well, no, I mean, yeah, we can watch this, but we can talk, whatever. Well, we can watch it.
Yeah. Well, if you want to talk, you can talk. I mean, I don't know if you have time.
Well, people use different language. I guess that's all I want to say about this video. I mean, you can play the video. Well, it's probably loading right now as I'm talking, so that's probably good. But when you play the video, this is all semantics. I just want to let you guys know, the only thing I want to express here is this is called semantics, where they mess with language, where people mess with language. They're using certain words that mean the exact same thing. Do you know what I'm talking about, Seven?
Are you talking about the voice to skull compared to directed conversation?
Something, whatever. It doesn't matter the specifics, yes, but the specifics of it doesn't matter. Like, people don't like you using words that they don't understand. Like, I remember when I used to, I don't know, I used to use different terminologies and things like that, and people don't understand those terminologies. Even though you guys are talking about the same thing, they're having a hard time perceiving it the way you do because of a language difference. That's all I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying. The definition and it's kind of subjective based on each individual. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying.
Or perspective.
Yes.
Like, it's the same, people have different perspectives, but the same thing's happening, I guess. But they're calling it that, I don't know. I think sometimes I see language barriers in people. Sometimes.
True. So with this, are you implying that
it's a possible language barrier here? Semantics, thesaurus. You know, a thesaurus is one word to describe, or 100 words to describe one thing. You know?
I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying by that. But how I'm trying to focus on the evidence that.
Well, then let's just watch the video. Let's listen to the rest of the video then.
Yes, that'd be great. Yes. and I will stop along the way and we can talk about it.
Put on here in positions, you're schizophrenics, you're on the state, and you're put on here in positions to try and take the problematic real victim of gang stalking because they were deemed problematic and they were put on a watch list, a permanent fucking watch list that basically said, if we cannot eradicate the problem, i.e. the person or the thing.
See, okay, I have to stop this. Notice how he said a watch list that's said, and he's about to explain what's on the watch list. So how does he even know this? He needs to provide that proof. Show the watch list.
Okay. So yeah, all right. So let's talk about this. He's saying there's a physical list, but he has never seen a physical list before. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay. So this is the thing. There's sayings, right? Don't talk about things you don't know about.
Yes.
But what if he told you he had a dream that there was a list?
That, I mean, if he had a dream, that would be a different. And that goes back to what you're saying about the words.
Yeah. What if he dreamt it and he's not storytelling? It just came from a dream that he had, but he's afraid to say it was a dream. So he just says, oh, there's a watch list. You just got to believe me. But really, it wasn't a dream he had. Would you still have the same perspective or would you change perspective?
My perspective will change completely.
Okay. So, all right.
And because, I mean, this is not first time. A lot of these content creator TIs, they mention this list, and even on the internet, on forums and discussion groups, like Reddit, there's many mention of this list, but no one have ever shown that list. But they bought into that idea. So to me, that is like a mass psychosis that's happening.
So do you think it's in the list, could possibly be in like police computers or something?
No, me personally, I know there's no list. And I want the TIs that believe there's a list to
So
prove
hold
me
on
wrong.
a second. Can we talk about the word list?
Yes.
Because I'm talking about semantics and a thesaurus. The word list is a categorized profile or group. Category, profile, it's a list, it's a group, it's a category.
I can see that, yeah. Go on.
So he's saying that these individuals are in some type of targeted category or list, or I'm just trying to use a different word, right? I'm just trying to use different words instead of using the word list to help maybe possibly give people some other perspective, because there is no physical list that any of us have ever seen before.
Nope.
But it could be a imaginary list. Like for me, if you want to talk about spirituality, I'd say, yes, you are all on a list. Targeted by spirits, yes, they put you on a energy. It's more of an energy thing.
Yes, energy, I agree.
It's an energy list, but it's not a list, but it's an energy. You see what I'm saying? Like, I guess perspective, using words. He used a bad choice of words. I think he needs to use a different word. You know what I mean?
Yes, but here's the thing, though. I know you know a lot of stuff about this, and somehow, I mean, the TI community, a lot of them do not understand what's going on, and even by saying they need to choose the right words, I hope they will actually understand this, But so far, it's been shown that it's getting worse.
Well, let's play the video some more. Let's listen to him talk a little bit more and see what else, if he keeps talking about the list or what he goes on with.
From the person that is the problem, then we have to seek to control the problem. So the medication, the psycho fucking therapy, all of these things are there to try and control the problem. Lead the person into thinking that all of their negative thinking is lower voice to skull, and everything that's ever happened in their whole lives was demonic gang stalkers, causing them to think irrational schizophrenic thoughts, i.e., lower voice to skull. And that is what has caused them all their problems, and also caused them to be attacked by their community, attacked by their government, attacked by corporations, and basically blacklisted and cast out.
Okay, so he's making the way he viewed the world is he's blaming the outside environment on what's happening, and he doesn't realize that
Okay.
change the mindset.
Okay, so my question here is, I guess my question to you is, what's the motive? You have to have motive and intent to group somebody in a list or profile somebody. What is the motive of exiling? What's the criteria of the exile?
Exactly.
Cast out, he said. What's the criteria? I want to know what the criteria is. So, of the whatever list.
Well, totally. I absolutely agree. And that's one thing I believe in as well. Why is the government targeting you? And that's a big question.
They're not. That's what I'm saying. The government doesn't give a fuck about you or anybody else. They don't have the energy.
And here, for my research, okay, my understanding that every TI's got their own reason, and it's usually something that they feel guilty about that they did in the past. But when they talk about this guilty incident, to me, it did not sound like it's worthy of the government doing all this.
Okay, hold on a second. You're saying these people are guilty of something.
No, I'm saying they are usually, when they think of the reason why they're on the list, they try to make sense of everything. Why is this happening to them? They tend to think back on the past, and usually they'll explain how they did this, something happened that, or along the line of being guilty conscience. And that's how they justify why they're being gang stalked.
Hold on a second. You're saying that there's something in their past that they're guilty of, and that's why they're on a list or gang stalked or targeted.
No, that's not why they're on the list. That's how they justify that they are being gang stalked.
Well, what did they do then? What are they guilty of? Murder or rape? What's the guilt? What's it? What is it?
Well, if it's murder or rape, they wouldn't openly say that.
Well,
So,
I know, but I'm just saying, like, what's the criteria of the list? Because I know a lot of people getting attacked, and they've never done anything wrong in their life. They're like this one lady. What's her name? I watch her, and she's claimed to be targeted or chosen, and she's functioning in a corporation, doing her job, owning her house. She's functioning, and she has no idea why she's getting targeted or attacked. She never committed a crime.
yeah, exactly. And that's what happened to me. Like I'm just an average person. I don't commit crimes. So why am I being targeted? And this is
So why is this guy getting targeted? Does he know why he's targeted? Does he talk about why he is? Or is it because he's smarter than everybody else and they don't want people smart and so they put him on a list?
I cannot answer for him, but I did watch one video that I don't want to quote unquote anything, paraphrase. He believed he did something back during the military when he was active in military. Something happened that caused his name to be put on the list.
Some people think that it's a certain DNA strand that puts you on a list.
Good afternoon, good evening, hello, how are you?
Hi, peace, love, and time.
How are you? Would you like me to add some info? It's intriguing what you're discussing about
Yeah,
a list.
I want to see the list because you made a mention that there's a list. And
I can't show it publicly on this kind of platform. I can do it by email, but put my email in a private chat, and I can send you a copy where you can read the PDF. But because of GDPR, data protection, is internationalist. I got it by a Telegram group of target individuals, genuine people in there.
Now, does
And
this
they
list
don't,
have names on there? Have people's
yes, names,
individual-
phone numbers,
was your
and
name on there as well?
addresses. Pardon me?
Did it have was your
There's
name
a
on the
lot of
list?
people. That's what I was looking for. It's a long list. It is military based. Okay, it is all based on military with a brain interface technology. The future for transhumanism for mankind, and they're testing on all these movies about futuristic sci-fi.
So hold on. What is this list? What does it say on this list?
Right,
What's
it
the
can
very
pass
first few
people's.
lines?
I don't really know, but the assurance purposes, assurance has been taken out on everyone on the list, and there's a lot of money and investment involved into target individuals. It's not just gang stalking. You've got the psychological, you've got the frequencies, you've got the technology they're using, the advancement, scalar waves, microwaves. It's
Now,
endless. So
yeah,
yeah,
I
the list.
believe in those technology, but I want to know, does the list say, so they don't use gang stalking, they use transhuman
It is the basics. It's like a very well organized, orchestrated.
Okay, so
Uh,
but military's not excluded. I've
I
known
don't know who
people
that
that are
is.
getting targeted and they're not in the military.
It's
But you said they're
hereditary. All right, the implants technology started in 1960s. They started implanting the famous ball in Spain in the 1800s. They moved in the dark, military backups programs in the 1960s. Then they'd all been uncovered. So whatever we know in the public domain they're more high tech now in technology. So
can you
and you can read medical in England, for example. You can read medical documents
yeah, we
for
don't
the
want to read
future.
the medical. I don't want to read any
No,
medical
hold on.
documents.
Don't interrupt. Let me finish. I haven't interrupted you. Thank you. So
Yeah, you
therefore,
came on here, okay, and now you're
I
spitting
don't
off
interrupt
some
people
shit.
when they're on a panel. So share some courtesy. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
know
going
who
to.
you
I'll
are.
exit.
I
I'll
know who you're
exit,
connected
all
and
right,
then
all right,
to.
all
you
right,
can
all right,
So
leave.
ladies,
I'll
I'm just
leave.
sharing some
ladies,
basic
I'll
ladies,
leave.
information.
ladies,
If you
peace,
want to listen, you're debunking it.
I'm
I'm
not
saying
peace
there
love,
is
listening
peace
to
one.
love,
this. I
peace love.
talked about
And
something
7,
else. I
if
don't
you
want to
would
listen
like
to it.
that, I can put my email in the private chat because I'm not going to have a debate with somebody that likes to disrespect me, who I don't even know this lady,
Yeah, we're
and
not
I'm not
talking
going to
about
disrespect
medical
your
shit
show.
here, lady. We're not
Right.
talking
So
about
this
medical.
I'm going to talk over
Not
her for a
talking
minute
about
to answer your
medical.
question about a
No,
list.
you're not talking about medical.
The military
We are
side is
not talking
international,
about
and
medical
the list
shit.
is
No,
formulated
we are
names,
not.
addresses, emails,
She
and
wants to
sometimes
run her
people
mouth
Peace
about
love, peace love.
medical shit,
I
and we're
don't
not doing that.
ever
Do
need
you
to do that.
understand?
And if you require that information, as I said, 7, I could always put the email in there, and you could do your own research for another time and come to your own
We don't
conclusions.
want to
Well,
do our own research.
we want.
I didn't even speak to you. I spoke to 7.
I
It's
would
his
like to
show.
have convincing evidence because okay, a list.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds intriguing, but I also want to see this list. Would you be able to email me the list so I can show
Yeah.
it on my screen?
There is a website also which gives you the history, because once you look at history and see where we are today in technology, you can see why this is going on.
What is the
And it's
website?
not just I will put that in the chat. Let me just put it in now.
Oh yeah, please. Because I mean, researching about the medical stuff,
That's not what Abe is saying, 7th. Abe did not say it's medical, and she's spitting off a bunch of medical shit. We're talking about the
That's your
video.
opinion. You're entitled to your opinion, but
We're
that's not
talking
factual.
about the
And
video,
watch your
not
language
what.
with
Do
me,
you
thank you.
understand that there's
I
a
don't come
video?
on here for abuse
There
by
was
yeah,
a
somebody.
video.
You
There's
heard
a
me
video
already.
here.
let's
There's a
continue
video.
playing this video right now. Let's
Yes,
continue
there's a
playing it.
video.
Continue playing the video, and please share the link in the chat. Peace, love.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is what it is. And all that these narratives are is people on the internet literally put there to try and take the problematic target who was actually strong, was actually durable.
See, okay, I have to stop him because he's implying that me was put here on the internet to sabotage his life.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
And that is
like,
something that I cannot agree with him because that's not the truth. But he believes that I am a paid agent. I am put here to make false content, to sabotage the TI community and sabotage his life. He made a comment in one of his previous videos saying, oh, feel free to call the local people, do whatever you want, implying that I have connection with the local people wherever he is in Ohio, that I call them up and I give them orders to tell them information and suggestions on what to do to him. I mean, that is just such a bold
yeah, I didn't
claim.
hear him say that though, but he said it in a different video, I guess.
Yes, that is such a
Okay.
bold claim. So for me, I have to respond to that because if I don't do anything, he's going to continue to make videos making claims like that. And I welcome him, to my live stream, or I even go into his live stream, because this needs to be talked about. He's sharing false information. He needs to provide proof if
What's
he thinks I'm a
in your
paid
mind?
agent.
Yeah, you're not an agent. I can tell that.
Was actually intelligent and was able to see it for what it actually was and didn't get the result that they were wanting and try to push them in the direction that they want them to go into to find some other means of control for this person. And this is the truth of gang stalking. This is the truth of these channels.
Okay, so
I
what
see
I
through
hear
your
him
bullshit.
saying is that he can't be controlled, and that's why he's on a list. Is that what he said?
Do you know something? There's so much drama on the internet about this subject at the moment going on. I don't get involved in drama because there's so much. Everyone's got their own opinions. They're entitled to them. But because this is about conquer and divide within the program on the psychological, they're monitoring the brain responses. If you're responding to anything like he said, she said kind of thing, and of course, you need to protect your reputation, especially if you're online, you've got a presence. But bear in mind, when you're in the program, they're going to be
I don't
monitoring
even
your
know what the fuck
responses.
you're talking about. You're just
Well,
rambling.
all due
What the
respect,
fuck are
when
you
you
saying?
actually did the research, you get the
What
documents
the
and find
fuck is
out
this
everything's
bitch
factual
saying? Is she
and
talking to
evidence,
somebody
and can
else?
be, if people really want to know, they can find out. You don't, if people want to document what's happening to
You
them, they're entitled
rambling,
to do
bitch.
that. But
Stop the
really, when you're in
rambling.
this program, you do not want to look and
What the fuck
appear
is she
as a
talking about?
psychological,
I don't think they
losing the
speak English
psychological
over
format
there.
of your mindset.
All right, ladies, come
Because
on. Let's.
Yeah, I don't know what this
within
rambling
within
cunt
this
is doing.
technology, within this technology, they will use any
What the
kind
fuck
of
is she talking
negativity
about?
against
That had
you.
nothing to do with what
And
Abe
this
just said.
is organized. It
We're
is
Well, okay.
talking
organized
about
gang
Abe, bitch
stalking.
cunt.
And the
all right,
target
This
program.
bitch is fucking stupid
And the
as
target, I
fuck.
don't swear, so I'm just ignoring
This
her at the
bitch
moment,
is
all due
fucking
respect. I
dumb.
won't fall for go to her level in the bad
Whoa,
language.
bitch.
But
We're
all
not
due
even talking
respect,
about your
if
dumb
you really
shit.
want to educate yourself or anyone,
I don't
the
want to
links in the
learn what you're
private chat
saying. I'm
for
trying to
you
listen to what
and the
Abe
emails
has to
there for you.
say. And you're
So
rambling
you
cunt.
have a blessed day, Seven, and I'm coming on.
All right, I have to mute both of you. I'm sorry to do this, but let's be a little more calm. And peace, love. I would love to see that link if you can. And oh, she's gone. All right, TNT. Wow, she really ticked you off, huh?
She was fucking retarded. I was trying to talk about Abe. And she's like, technology, technology. But what does that have to do with Abe said? Nothing, just technology, technology. But what about what Abe just said? Technology. I can't even have a conversation. She's not conversing with anybody. She's spitting out a bunch of fucking stupid babble bullshit. And I'm not a dumb bitch. And I don't listen to babble bullshit. We're talking about Abe. There's a video of Abe. If you don't want to talk about it, fuck off, bitch.
Wow. I don't know what happened. Maybe something happened today for you earlier that got you heated.
This bitch is, I don't even follow what she was saying, Seven. I don't know how the fuck you did.
Yeah,
it was a rambling person, didn't even have a subject matter, and bounced to 10 or 12 different subjects when we're not even, like, what the fuck? How was I supposed to keep a hold of what was going on in the conversation when she just comes on here and extract the narrative. She just extracted your narrative. She said, fuck you. I'm not running your narrative, Seven. I'm watching the video, talking about this. She's trying to run some bullshit on you.
I mean, I can see your point. I can see your point. And at the same time, I try to, give these audience their opportunity.
I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm saying you're a rambling person, not talking about the content we're talking about. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, you made your point now. Let's continue watching this video.
Your fucking lies and your trash. All of you, all these things you're saying. Bullshit. I can come out here and actually document gang stalking. Why is that? Why is it that only me and Conspiracy Underground and a couple of other people can do this?
Okay, I have to stop him again because this is the subject, the main focus of this live stream is evidence versus theories. And evidence are solid facts, and we can see it. It's convincing. And theories are just, it's like intuition. It's like whatever their head wants to think of, or whatever their gut feeling tells them, him or her. And that's a major problem in the TI community. With what
Are you saying that they're reacting off of emotion instead of logic?
Well, there's definitely emotion involved. Based on my experience, there are days when I'm just extremely pissed off, and these gang stalkers, I know they're messing with me, and I would act out, kind of like what he's doing, but I didn't do it. Well, I only made one video where I act out, and that's towards Conspiracy Underground. But it's similar to what he's doing now in this video, this live stream of his. We're just really hating what's going on. And I totally understand.
He's saying that he's the only one with gang stalking evidence. I have a lot of people with evidence.
But see, those, what he call evidence, and he believes he's got a lot of it. What is he doing with them?
He's posting them on the internet. He's posting it on YouTube, right? Like everybody else.
But how is that solving anything? Because
it's not. That's why I stopped. Remember when I used to get all the red cars? I got like 30 red cars all in one intersection. I got 500 views, a bunch of comments with everyone saying, holy shit, I never seen anything like that before in my life. And then I deleted it.
But what has happened to you since?
Nothing. It's the same. I just went to the store and I was surrounded by red vehicles, a shit ton of them.
So in reality, now thinking back on it,
no, nothing. Yeah, you providing evidence does nothing. Yes, Seven. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, so there's really nothing happening. So it's up to you. So it sounds like you actually didn't let those things bother you anymore. I mean, you know how to.
I saw it today really bad. I saw it today. I'm like, holy shit, it was crazy today. And I was like, it bothered me. So that's what I'm saying. It bothered me.
It bothered you, but if you think back on it, what is it really doing to you other than you noticing it?
It pushes you into directions, I think. It manipulates your decisions, doesn't it? I don't know. It can if you let it. Only if you let. I don't know. Yeah.
If you keep thinking about it, yes, it could lead you into some frustration because you keep thinking about it. but then you want a solution, but then there's no real solution to fix it.
Yes, because the evidence, we don't care. I don't care how many get. You're right. Because Abe even saying that, oh, we got all the evidence. Me and Conspiracy Underground are the only people on the planet that have gang stalking evidence. Yeah, but that doesn't mean shit. Exactly. It
Yeah.
means nothing. It means you waste your energy because you having evidence doesn't do anything. So that means you're wasting your energy.
Yes, and this is a major problem here with this phenomenon is the battle for your focus and your concentration. I know this because there are still days where they mess with my focus and concentration. If I'm frustrated, I'll be holding on to my keys. I'll be frustrated and I'll put my keys down without even realizing it. And next thing you know, I'll be looking for my keys. I'll waste my time doing it.
Yes, absolutely.
And this happens to all the TIs. Some get it worse than others.
They
but
lose
at
their
least-
wallets. They lose
Yes.
their change at the laundry. Shit, all kinds of weird shit happens because the anxiety causes a decision paralysis or some shit.
Well, at the same time, it's also because I realize for me, when this happens, it's usually my head feels heavy or certain part of my body is I feel like the blood is flowing out of my head into the other part of my body. So it's like almost like less blood. And I also notice my breathing. I would inhale, but then it wouldn't go past my too much out past my neck area. You know, and it's not the same as when you take a deep breath, you fill up your lungs and it goes into your stomach, you know? Kind of like it just kind of when I inhale, it's not a nice inhale. It just kind of goes a little bit past my neck, and that's exhale after that. And that is like almost like something is going on. They're attacking my chest. Okay, that's what it feels like. They're attacking my chest, and they're preventing me from breathing properly. And when there's lack of oxygen, it's proven a person can do strange things with lack of oxygen. And in the beginning of my channel, there's a person would post a breathing technique. And thinking back on it, he's correct. I mean, breathing can affect the way we make our decisions and the way we look at things. And my approach is try to think positive and recognize the negative thoughts. And when it comes in, recognize it and practice stopping it. Don't continue thinking about the negative thoughts. And next thing you know, 20 minutes are gone thinking about a negative subject.
So, yeah, when they're not gathering evidence on who's getting gang stalked and who's not getting gang stalked, what are they doing?
Are
they living? Do you live to gather evidence? I don't know. Do we? Maybe we do.
And
is that why they're alive, to gather up as much evidence as possible? Are they alive to plant trees? Are they alive to do this? What are they here for? Why are they? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think a part of it is they have pride, meaning in a way, I'm making an assumption here. In a way, it's they feel like there needs to be justice because they feel like these people are committing crime, damaging their physical belongings, and messing with their his or her life, and getting away with it. So in a way, it's they're posting these so-called evidence, trying to change the system, and I totally understand that. But the world, the professional communities, okay, the medical community, okay, any professional community, when they see these evidence, they discredit them as evidence because it doesn't show anything. And that is because they're not true TIs. They're not going through it. They don't understand. See, I watch your videos. I understand. But at the same time, I also know they're being trapped in this negative loop and they need to break out of it.
Right. So unless there's a crime, nobody gives a fuck. And there's no crime.
Exactly. and they know, and their way of explaining it is, oh, it's so advanced, it's so connected, and even the law enforcement are involved. That's why they can't do anything. That's how they feel, and they feel like whatever evidence they show to the law enforcement or the authority, it comes back
Because
rejected.
the evidence doesn't show a crime. That's what I'm saying. I could give you evidence of gang stalking, but there's no criminal, there's nothing wrong with gang stalking. There's no crime.
Exactly, you're right. There is
There's
no
no
crime.
trespassing, and there's no physical attack. Because if you have a trespasser, you can call the cops. If you have a physical attack, you can call the cops. So the evidence isn't showing attack, and the evidence isn't showing trespassing. So there's no crime.
Exactly. And
You're
with
just
that being said,
irritated by it. Looks like these people are irritated by other people around them, and they need to go seclude themselves in a cabin in the woods. Maybe that'll help.
yes, but then for me, when I did that, that's when I really got an understanding of voice to skull.
See,
Because
if they retreated and got alone in a cabin, then maybe that'll give them time to clear their energy, figure things out like you did.
yes, and also with that being said, okay, I want to make a point that gang stalking is very real. Okay, gang stalking is real. So just I want to make it clear. And also, this what's confusing the TI community is knowing what the gang stalkers look like. So without knowing that, the TIs using logic would fill in the blanks, fill in the void in their own head. But this void is not filled in by them. This void is filled in by the gang stalkers using lower voice to skull, feeding them thoughts and ideas. And that's how it lead the TI into filling in those blanks, those unanswered questions. And now all of a sudden they have the answers. It's like an intuition, like sixth sense. All of a sudden now in their head, they have all the answers. And they would say, oh, they're breaking into the home and their phone is hacked. And the list goes on and on. But at the end of the day, okay, because I already went through all this, I realized at the end of the day, so what? I still need to go to work. I still need to pay the bills. And I don't like thinking all of this negative stuff. I don't like living, looking behind my back and also thinking about everyone in public or gang stalking me when at the end of the day, I'm just at home eating, showering, going to sleep. I mean, nothing happened to me. And that's what clicked in my head to realize all these are negative thoughts and I'm wasting a lot of my time thinking negatively. And I don't make mention in my videos, but they were talking about how, oh, these gang stalkers mess with your stuff. They damage your stuff. They mess with you in the physical. And I have made many mention that the gang stalkers.
Yes, but they mess with you, but they don't commit a crime.
Yes, absolutely.
They
And that's why
mess with you. Messing with you isn't a crime.
I always made mention that the gang stalkers are in the physical. They are absolutely in the physical. And I also made mention that you know what, I'm drawing a blank right now. Sorry. I was gonna say something now, they just made me draw a blank. Do you have moments like that?
Yeah, but it usually comes back.
Yes.
It usually does. It comes back later.
Yes.
But we were talking about how there's no crime, but yes, it's real. Gang stalking is real. It's happening in the physical. Yes, it is. We understand this. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying there's no crime in gang stalking, which
Yes.
means you're allowed to gang stalk other people, and other people are allowed to gang stalk you. Why? Because there's no crime.
Yes, and that goes back to wording because in a way, there's no crime, so we don't even have to word it as really gang stalking. But the TI community have been so mixed and confused into the idea that some TIs would believe everything that don't go well, it's gang stalking related, and then they start to not take responsibility for.
So with me, when things don't go well for me, I blame karma. a lot. I believe in the karmic laws, so I don't know. Maybe they just don't believe in that either. Have you tried? Maybe we should try talking to Abe about if he believes in karma.
I believe in karma, and I don't know what he believes in, and I would love to have him join us. I would love it. And these gang stalkers, okay, these gang stalkers they are becoming more bold, and they are really start to show themselves. And I want
So
to
the goal is to get you violent, right? To provoke
exactly,
violence.
exactly.
Yeah.
And not every TI will do that. Some TI will, and that's not because they're a violent person. That is because they feel like, for whatever reason, led up to that day, whatever they're thinking about violence or whatever, it's because usually it has a justification, like they can bring justice into this and deserve justice. And if all the police or whatever law enforcement are involved, they have to take justice into their own hands. And you can see some TIs are kind of heading towards that way. But I'm not saying that's a very small percentage of TIs, kind of like Stephen Marlowe, okay? Very small percentage. But it's just a majority of these TIs, if they don't commit any mass crime, they'll end up probably doing something else and get themselves locked up. And that is really sad because it's the gang stalkers.
Okay, so I've known a bunch of people that were talking about when they got locked up, and people get thrown in jail for 3 days, 1 day, 2 days. Who cares? You're out. You know what I'm saying? If you get locked up for a week or two, so what? Even if you get locked up for 30 days, who cares? You're out now. Now what do you do? See what I'm
Exactly.
saying? At what point do you move the fuck on?
Exactly. And that's another problem is I noticed with TIs, it's like they have to even the score. Like whatever happened to them in the past, they won't move forward unless the score is satisfied in their mind.
That's part of the spiritual test right there.
Yes.
That's called testing, temptation.
You know
Yes,
that,
that's part of the testing process. I keep talking the spiritual test.
and this is why I know you know your stuff because of that last statement you made. I mean, that's the first time I heard anyone explain it like that. And you're absolutely right. It's like their spirit, their own soul, is stuck in the past. And
Yeah.
it's a form of a trigger. Anything happen is it's a weapon for the gang stalkers to remind the TI that they got the worst end of it and they're stuck. And that TI would want to have revenge or balance even the score, but they don't know how to do it. So
But Jesus and the spiritual, karma and all these other religions, all of them, they all believe in forgiveness. That means you have to forgive these people for getting you locked up or doing this to your house and robbing you. You have to forgive all these people. Part of that spiritual lesson, the test, forgiveness test. Can
yes,
you let it go or do you stay stuck like you said? So you're saying stuck. A lot of people, that's an interesting term that you're using because it looks like when you say stuck to me, you're saying purgatory.
well, I mean, stuck to me is just being stuck. I mean, they're just stuck. I mean, it's just
But you're saying they're locked in their head.
yes, until a new connection are connected. And
Yes, but that looks like a purgatory to a priest. Perspective.
so
That's what a priest calls purgatory.
so what would you what is that a good word to use then? Or what word would you use?
Well, stuck is a good word. Stuck, no, use stuck because if you say purgatory, people freak out. But I'm letting you have more perspective or giving you more perspective because that's what purgatory is. It's when you spiritually can't forgive, you spiritually are losing the testing battle. and you're getting locked in a purgatory realm, also known as a realm or a reality that you can't get out of because you can't forgive and you can't learn your spiritual lessons, so you get locked in a purgatory, also known as stuck. You're just saying stuck.
And that's similar to, you know, I mentioned before in the past that it takes divine intervention. So for me, what happened was, I believe my neighbors were on the other side of my backyard, my fence. I was here on my property. I turned off all the lights. I got my shotgun, okay, chamber with the shotgun shell already chambered, ready to go. No safety, nothing, okay. And I was crawling around on my property. I was just crawling from the front, by the door leading to the backyard. Okay, I was in the front. I was crawling on the floor all around my property because I believe my neighbors were right across on the other side of my fence in the backyard. And I never made mention of this, but I was crouching behind this tree, and there, all of a sudden, around the corner of the fence, there was a light. Okay, just a light, like someone's walking towards that corner, and my heart was racing. Okay, my heart was pounding. I was like, "Uh-oh, here it is." And I never want any bad situations to happen. So as soon as that person walked around the corner with the flashlight, the light was shining on my face. And I remember receiving a thought in my head: assess the situation. Don't just pull a trigger. You always have to assess the situation. So since I was crouching behind a tree, I feel like, okay, I got some protection, you know? So I assessed the situation and I shouted, "Freeze!" And that's when, at the time, my girlfriend screamed because I surprised her because she didn't see me crouching behind a tree, but I also had my shotgun in hand. So thank God I assessed the situation and I shout out "freeze," because if that situation were to repeat it 100 times, probably a few of those times, the TI would pull the trigger first. And when I went back to look at the surveillance camera, because before I start crouching on the floor, crawling on the floor and all that, I told my girlfriend to leave. It's not safe. So when I looked at the CCTV camera, I saw after I was crawling, I left the screen, okay, of the camera, the screen. She came out literally within a few minutes, put herself in the car, but then decided to go look for me. But she didn't follow the same path that I went. She went the opposite path to go around the opposite way of the property, of the house. So that's why she came around to where I was hiding. And she was just completely surprised by me shouting out "freeze." And to me, that was these gang stalkers manipulating her mind to not leave and go that way. That's completely what I believe in. Because I told her, get in the car, just go, it's not safe. And she put her stuff in the car, but then at that very last moment, she decided to not get in the car. She closed the door and went to look for me. When she knew that I told her, the neighbors are here and I feel like my life was in danger. That's why I have the shotgun. And she still decided to go venture into the dark to look for me, but coming the opposite way. And that, to me, now I know, thinking back on it, years later, I know I make the connection. It's these gang stalkers using lower voices to tell her to do that. Okay, well, I'm going to continue playing this video.
Why is it we're the only ones to do it? Because we're the only problematic targets. The only ones that are really fucking targeted. And you want to call it everything other than what it is all the time to try to trick, deceive, manipulate, create a narrative where you try to pull the wool over the eyes of the sheep of the public to try to convince them that it's something it's not. The facts are the facts. You said we are bad. We need to be controlled.
So, okay, this is where, again, Who said you're bad? If he's talking about me,
He's talking about control.
I know, but he also mentioned that something about, oh, you said we are bad, or he said we are bad, or one of those.
To control because they're bad or something. Yeah.
But
But
is he
yeah.
talking about the gang stalkers, or is he talking about me, or that?
No, he
Adriana?
was talking about the whole community. He's saying that his entire community. I thought, oh, I don't know what he's talking. Actually, that's a good question.
Because
Maybe we need to reel it back more.
yeah,
I
you're
don't
right.
know.
Because see, I would advise him to. You don't even need to say those things. But I also know that he's frustrated. That's why he made his live
But
stream and saying
he's
those things.
saying, why does he care about? Okay, hold on a second. So, oh my, it doesn't even matter to me, because it doesn't matter to somebody like me, because what you care about is earthly things. So if you care about what the cops think of you, you care about an earthly thing. If you care about somebody else's opinion of you, that's an earthly thing. You're not standing in true self. Why is he not okay with what, like, is some, I don't know. You're not okay with yourself. I guess you're not, like, some people aren't okay with themselves, so they need to prove themselves to a society or a community or a group of people. So what he's telling me right now is that I care what these other people think because I'm not okay with myself.
Okay, well that's your opinion. I'm not gonna go against that. And I mean, I understand what you're saying about the earthly things and like material stuff that could really just. It's almost like too into material stuff. It's like a sin. It holds us back. It's proven it makes people commit murders. You know, like many times you hear stories of the spouse, husband or wife, murdering for the life insurance. I mean, this happens often. So that's love for these materialistic things, and it make them commit crimes. So it's like it could lead to sin. Yeah. And I believe in there's a certain balance, because we are kind of put into this society and we have to function a certain way. So some earthly things, I mean, are necessity, and I know you agree with that. And
Yeah, I'm just saying, I guess the point here is what I was saying, an earthly thing can
to the extreme,
even be,
too extreme sometimes. Some people.
yeah, well, an earthly thing can be an opinion that
Yeah,
somebody thinks of you. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
yeah, that could be an opinion. Yeah, it can be. Yes, it's very subjective to oneself.
Because it's very earthly. It means that you care what these people think instead of what God thinks, or a
True.
God. I don't care who
True.
your God is.
I totally agree. And you know what? I got to share something with you, because I know we're on this topic, and I got a feeling that you would understand. So since we're talking about it, I'm starting to have these ideas that, because with my gang stalking, I can, at first I wouldn't hear people that I know, right? But now with the voice to skull, they would try to mock me by making sound of my like my parents or my daughter, you know, and just to make me turn my head. Like, I'm not scared, but it's in the middle of the night. I'm outside, you know, I'm doing some work, and I would hear them, and I would turn my head, but there's no one there. And I believe, okay, I can't prove anything. I believe that has something to do with at the time of the crossing, that at that very moment they would try to use this tactic to make your spirit to stay behind, because you hear your loved one.
Like stuck, like you said, leave
Yeah.
behind or stuck. Yes, a stuck.
Instead of taking, let's say there is now I'll tell you something, okay? That's, I know a lot of people are not gonna believe me. I have seen what they call the tunnel. And you know what I've seen this on the documentary series Faces of Death. Okay, this was a very popular series in the 90s. It shows freak accidents or whatever, basically people dying. It's called Faces of Death. And on one of the scene, this person was just chilling on the beach, and somehow this speedboat, I think they were at a lake, this speedboat went up into the sand. It jumped, it hopped, and the propeller on the motor went right into that person chilling on the beach and killed the person. And people were screaming, shouting, and in the camera, the person holding the camera, and with the corpse on there on the sand, there was a beam of white light shining right at the head of that corpse. And right when I saw that, I thought it was so obvious. Now, can I prove that the tunnel exists? I can't think of a way to prove it other than that video. And when I saw that, I just made the connection that that's the tunnel that people are talking about, because people do talk about a tunnel like that.
But do you feel you need to explain that to other people? Do you feel you have to explain things that you experience to other people?
No, it's just we were talking about it with at the time of the crossing, and how they would try to fool. I would believe the gang stalker with the spirits would try to fool the person into not going into the tunnel, if that is really what's going on, because there are many stories of people mentioning a tunnel.
Oh yeah, and it showed it in that video.
Yes, after the person died from the freak accident.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's just the thing. People are just like, they'll shrug it off. So seventh, that's what people do. They shrug things off because they don't care, because it doesn't affect them. You know what I mean?
Yes, and also it's just they don't have the same or similar experience in their life to find it significant.
Right. They can't make a connection, an empathic connection.
Yeah, because that will still require life experience.
Yeah.
For them to experience themselves to see a significance. So that's why there's so many times when you see people just try to debate each other, it just doesn't get through to the other person because they themselves have not had similar life experience to make the connection. So I'm going to continue playing this video.
Trick, deceive, manipulate, create a narrative where you try to pull the wool over the eyes of the sheep of the public to try to convince them that it's something it's not. The facts are the facts. You said we are bad. We need to be controlled. The thing about us that's bad needs to be controlled or exterminated. So you sought to attack us and put us in a situation where we would exterminate ourselves. Didn't work. Then you said, okay, they'll go end up. They'll go see a therapist, and the therapist will diagnose them with schizophrenia, and they'll put them on medication. Okay, that's the next step. Okay, didn't work. Okay, then they'll go out. They'll commit a crime. We'll force them into committing a crime. Okay, doesn't work. Okay, we'll tell them they'll eventually believe it's spirits and demons. They'll take indoctrination from religion. They'll become these Buddhist monks, these Jesus Christ wannabes, and they'll completely change all their ways. All their behaviors will change. That thing about them that was a threat will no longer ever be a threat, and we'll just keep it monitored. If it ever comes out again, then we'll check the situation again. But at least we've got...
Wait,
What?
hold on. What's the threat? He said there's a threat. Is he going around threatening people?
No, as I'm watching this, I can see in his eyes, he's starting to, as he's talking, he's also recognizing something that's happening. That as he's speaking out, it's almost like his mind is telling him that the opposite of what he's saying, but he's still saying it.
He's saying there's a threat, that he's a threat, but there's no violence.
Exactly.
How are you a threat with no violence? Truth? Is it because you can't be controlled? I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying because he can't be controlled, he's a threat.
Well, I believe he's I don't think he sees himself as a threat. He knows he's not a threat. He just wants this gang stalking to stop. And he feels like he's a every day he's going through it. He's just sick and tired of it. And he just wanted to stop.
But he's victimized. You think these are victims? These people getting gang stalked are victims, correct?
Well, every TI, every true TI, they believe they're a victim. I mean, because
Right, but then that means you're a victim. So what does that mean psychologically?
it means that, well, we are victims in a way, but some of us will buy into it.
Yes, okay, I'm a victim. I've been abused. I'm targeted. Okay. But I'm a victim. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. What does the victim do? Roll over and die?
Exactly. But at the same time, okay, just understand him is that, but this is happening every day, you see, to him, and he wants it to stop.
So he's a victim. Okay. But what I'm saying is that, okay, well, whatever. All right.
So, but I agree with you. I don't know what you're saying because
I'm just saying you're victimized then. And then when you're victimized, you can't do anything. You're stuck in your head.
yeah, and it's like he wants the gang stalking to stop.
I'm a victim and I want the gang stalking to stop too, but you rise above. You rise above at some point.
Yeah, the situation. Yes, you're right. And that is exactly why I came to a realization that it's just better to have positive thinking. And okay, and then to answer him, okay, positive thinking can only go so far when they're sabotaging your physical belongings, your physical body, your directed energy weapon attack. So thinking positively is not gonna fix that. And that's why I give the solution to talk trash. Talking trash using the audio. If you are understanding voice to skull, talk trash using voice to skull, but then that takes energy. So I realized it's better to just record it and play it with my cell phone. And now I have gotten feedback from people. They said it increased the attack when they play the audio. And my answer to that, yes, for me, it increased the attack as well. But right after that happens, the lower voice to skull will feed me a thought, letting me know it's not working. To turn it off. Try to make me turn it off because they would lie to me it's not working. But eventually, I mean, I did do that in the beginning, but then I would go back to the audio. And after many years of doing it, I realized it absolutely works because they don't like it. That's why they increase the attack and then lie, make me try to turn it off and make me try to believe that it didn't work when it was working and it is working. It works every time. And as long as the TI will continue to play the audios, yeah, the TI is going to notice some increased attack. But that is not for much longer. It's only for a short amount of time. And then the result, a positive result will start to show itself. So playing the audio is a great way to hold them back. And that's what worked for me. And that's why I recommend that to other TIs in my videos. And I don't know if Abe has ever tried that because I know a lot of people, a lot of TIs, when they watch my videos, they're also distracted because I know the gang stalkers do not want the TIs to know the information that I'm sharing because these information I'm sharing, it worked for me and it's working for me. And it makes sense for them to try to distract the TI as they're watching my videos because I have been told by other viewers, other TIs, that it's hard for them to focus when they're watching my videos, as if they have to keep rewinding it a few times just to focus on it. And once they focus on it, it makes sense to them.
So have you talked to Abe ever on StreamYard?
Well, a few months ago, I actually invited him. I made a comment inviting him, but he was out with his daughter, and he replied later on that night saying, he was busy, he missed it. But
so
no,
you guys haven't gotten a chance to speak to each other yet.
no.
Oh yeah, you guys need to make an appointment. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely, especially when he's making all these claims.
Yeah, just make an appointment. Be like, we'll go live at this time, and this day and for
I
30
mean,
minutes.
most people would probably be pissed off at the things that he's claiming. But since I know what's going on, it doesn't bother me because I
Yeah,
already know.
you're not the one to get mad at anything. Even when I flip out, you're remaining the same. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I
These
know.
people, they're not gonna have an effect on you, and you lead by example. It's a good example, and these people aren't gonna get your feathers ruffled or get you triggered in any way.
I mean, thank you for saying that. There was a few times where I was kind of acting out a bit, but I am aware that TIs are very sensitive people because, and at the same time, there's also an enemy in the background through lower voice to skull. That there's an enemy there. So whatever I say, that enemy, the gang stalker, can use lower voice to skull.
Yeah,
To
you're right. There's always an enemy, isn't there? No,
yes,
no matter where I go, to the restaurant, to the dollar store today, back here, to the neighbors, over here, I had an enemy, lower voice to skull enemy. Yes, I did. Everywhere. You're right. And that's unhealthy thinking, right? That's not right, right? When you're wandering around thinking that there's always one person after you. No matter where you go, there's one person somewhere that wants to sabotage your whole life. And Abe thinks it's seventh right now, right? You're his lower voice to skull, seventh, correct?
Well, I am trying to bring awareness into the lower voice to skull. And right now, basically, the way I see it, I'm battling his lower voice to skull. I'm battling
Yeah, that's
his
what,
gang
yeah,
stalkers,
exactly. Yes.
trying to
That's what I
pull
meant to
him
say.
back into the right position. That's basically what's going on. It's almost like a divine battle in a way. And back to what I was saying, I know with the TI community, everything I say, they would take it as either believing it or not. And the ones that don't believe it, the lower voice to skull will use that as a weapon on the TI, making that TI start thinking negatively in a direction and doubting the things that I said. And the only way for that TI to come to light is by experiencing something as they move forward in life, experiencing something that's dramatic enough to finally make the connection and make them realize or remember, oh yeah, 7th Hanuman said that before in the past. So is it possible? And if it happens a few more times, they finally makes that connection and change themselves or change the way they think. And for the TIs that don't believe the things I'm saying, that is fine. It's their opinion. But after the entire year of me making videos, and the misinformation is very strong in the TI community. And when the opposite, the TIs that are believing spirits and know it's not the government, or whenever they ask for evidence, those TIs would get offensive. They would get irritated.
Yeah,
They would
because
show,
there's no crime.
yeah, but they don't see it. They don't understand it. That's because on a daily basis, they are becoming more and more influenced by the lower voice to skull, by these gang stalkers.
By no crime. You're getting attacked by no crime people. They're not trespassing. And if they do rob you and you don't have evidence, that's just looks like a robbery.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, okay,
Exactly.
people rob you, but it's
But
not like
yes, you're right. And
it's definitely there to slow you down. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that. The whole scenario, the gang stalking, it's definitely to make you in a stuck position.
yes, it is stuck. And people want solution. They want it to stop. I mean, I have my gang stalkers with me every day, but I learned to I learned that, okay, if they try to start something, I would always play my audio. Okay. And I have multiple devices. Okay. I have some cheap cell phones where I just play audio. So I have like 3 or 4 cell phones with audio, different audios playing super low volume. And they hate that stuff. They hate it. And, but with that being said, okay, they still hit me with the lower voice to skull. And what they do is they use the tinnitus, the ringing sound. And they'll make the ringing sound to make me becoming more forgetful. And at times when I need to focus on something, they would try to distract me with that. And that is their way of messing with me. But I still have to battle it. I still have to live. So I still have to go through with it and still try to find ways to overcome it. So instead of just, because the more I complain about it, I realize also it frustrates me, because I would tell my wife that, oh, all the stress I go through, you know, and she's doesn't realize that, because she doesn't get it seriously. She doesn't go through it. So it's hard to get her to understand what I'm going through. But as I keep trying to tell her what I'm going through and she doesn't understand, it frustrates me.
But you feel, what I'm saying is, you feel you have to tell her.
Not anymore, because initially,
yeah, see,
I would.
Ya. Yeah, because it changed. Not anymore. That's what Abe needs to do.
And I realized whenever I tell her, the same result is I would become more frustrated.
Because it's your experience, not anybody else's. Yep, that's right. It's individual. That's right. Why? Because spirituality is an individual relationship with a source of a higher understanding that only each individual has a journey. No one else could live it for you. So when you explain to everybody else, you do nothing.
Yes. And I mean, my gang stalker would tell me, oh, you have to be selected. So it's almost like it's a good thing you got selected. But when I'm pissed off, I would come to the conclusion that they just got lucky and hit the jackpot because I can hear them, that I have awareness of their existence. And that's my way of going about it. But what they say is basically, oh, it's a good thing we got selected. I mean, you think about it, in a way, okay, just try to think positively. Let's just go with their scenario that the government are doing this to them. So you have to think, why? Why are you so special to be selected by the government to do this to you? So in a way, you could think of it that way, right? As a TI, to be like, okay, there is something, could possibly be good involved, right? Or something good could be happening to be selected in a way. There's got to be something special going on with you to be aware and go through this. But these TIs, they don't think that way. Like, they just focus on being frustrated.
Well, that's what I'm telling them. I'm like, what? Okay, what's the criteria for the list? What's the list criteria? And then, that lady gets on here and starts talking about technology. We're like, no, it didn't make any sense what she was saying. And I don't want to listen to it. But anyways, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is on the list? What is the criteria? Why are you targeted? Because what Abe is saying, what I think Abe is saying, is people who cannot be controlled are targeted.
True.
People who cannot be controlled
are targeted.
Yes, that's what he's saying. That's the list. Anybody out of control.
You see, here's how I see it. Abe, he's actually on his way of discovery. But at the same time, he's also, based on his personal background and all the experience he had, he's also bringing along some ideas that are in the negative. Okay, so and it does lead to a different viewpoint, a different perspective. Okay, that's different from you and I. But he is still on his own way of discovering what's happening. And when he said, okay, we're just not, we can't be controlled, so that's why we're being gang stalked. And I understand what he's saying. And the way I phrased the words was in my video, how I would mention the entire world, everybody's a TI. But there are a percentage of true TIs that actually have the awareness to understand what's happening. And that's people like us. So in a way, if you think about it, if I say the entire world are TIs, that means the entire world are being, in a way, controlled, right? Not control as in not to the extreme, like everything you're doing is being controlled, but we still have our willpower. We still have our will to change things, but we're definitely being manipulated in our decision making. And the TIs, like he's saying, he can't be controlled, is because we have the awareness and we're exactly what he's saying. We're not easily controlled. And this situation with the gang stalking just increased because they try to put fear in us, most likely to force us to do something stupid and commit crime to get put away or to commit suicide or
Right, but he's saying that if that doesn't work, then he just said, or you can start playing the video again. But he said that if none of that works, you don't suicide, you don't end up in jail, then you have to go find Jesus and have some religion to stay under control, to control you. What he's saying is no matter what, they got to control you with, or they're going to control you with religion.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing though. I myself, I'm not like an extremely religious person. Like I don't go to church, but at the same time, I don't say God don't exist. I don't say something like that. I say thank God because I'm more a believer than a non-believer. Because
but he's saying that that's a source to control you. That's all I'm saying. That's what Abe just said. Any type of belief is to control you.
So, but what does he believe in?
I don't know. That's just the thing. I'm trying to figure out if he believes in karma, because he might believe in karma.
And I'm also learning new things from other TIs based on how they share their experience. So I myself, it's learning from all of this. And you're right. Nothing surprised me now with what these TIs, the way they think or the way they explain their experience. So yeah, let's continue with the video.
Them neutralized, right?
I'll rewind it a little bit.
Don't call me the fucking Satanist, okay? Because if it ever comes out, I eventually believe it's spirits and demons. Okay, then they'll go out, they'll commit a crime. We'll force them into committing a crime. Okay, doesn't work. Okay, we'll tell them they'll eventually believe it's spirits and demons. They'll take indoctrination from religion. They'll become these Buddhist monks, these Jesus Christ wannabes, and they'll completely change all their ways. All their behaviors will change. That thing about them that was a threat will no longer ever be a threat, and we'll just keep it monitored. If it ever comes out again, then we'll check the situation again, but at least we've got them neutralized, right? Don't call me the fucking Satanist, okay? Because I don't believe in your fucking nonsense, period. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a fucking Buddhist. I'm not any of your nonsensical fucking religious ideologies that have done nothing but control people, indoctrinate people, manipulate people, take people and make it so they basically control themselves so that they don't live up to their potential. They don't ever try to do things that they should be trying to do because they live in fear and fucking guilt of any consequences that comes out of their actions because of their religious fucking ideology. And then you say, well, but these things are good because they teach us good, positive mental health. If there's one thing they do, yes, they teach you better mental health. Yes, absolutely. I'll concede to that. But that's if you buy into it. If you don't buy into it, it's because you don't buy into it. It's because it's not for you. None of it is for you. How about you look into your own answers?
Okay, I get he's saying none of it, it's not for you. So he's talking about his viewpoint. So if it doesn't work for him, then why is he making such a big deal to label other content creator like me a fake or a con artist? Because okay, you don't buy into it, so not everyone buys into
he
it.
thinks that you're here to control his thoughts or some shit, or his ideas, or no, wait, his belief. He doesn't have any beliefs. That's what he's saying, right? He's like, I don't have any beliefs. I'm not a Satanist. I'm not a Buddhist. So the thing is, he's a shaman. So hold on a second. All right, I got just one small thing to say here. People that have no religion, that have no social structure, they don't care opinions, that's a shaman. A shaman is a person that experiences life and is no religion, but still understands higher levels of dimensions and things. So he's still describing his shamanism. So he may not be a monk, but he'll always be a shaman because he just doesn't know the definition of shaman. A shaman is somebody who finds their own way.
I'm not familiar with shaman, so I wouldn't know in that department. But and looks like he is trying to find his own way, and that is fine with me, because it is an experience that we all have to go through, and I understand that because I know a lot of the times the things I share, the TIs, majority of TIs just don't get it. That's because they haven't experienced it, him or herself. So I understand that part, and I hope Abe will find his own way. One thing that he shouldn't be doing, though, it's including me into whatever he's going through, and
Yeah,
then
he's claiming you're just another controlled operative, right?
yes,
Controlled op. Yeah.
but I invited him to an open chat one time, and I've not even made conversation with the guy. I don't even know how. Well, I do know how. It's the lower voice of skull, and I actually talked trash to his dumpster stain gang stalkers, the gang stalkers, dumpster stain gang stalkers of Ohio, and now I can tell that it has intensified, which is fine because to me that just means his dumpster stain gang stalkers are scared of me. The gang stalker can trigger TIs, and I have my way of triggering the gang stalkers. And by me saying that, these gang stalkers would most likely even increase the nonsense towards me. But that's not going to stop me because I'm here to fuck the gang stalkers. Yes, I said it. I tell this to my gang stalkers as well. I'm here to fuck you. Not towards Abe though, but just to his gang stalkers. So I'm going to continue playing this video.
How about you find your own real answers? How about you think that not everybody else has all the answers, but maybe you can find the real answers? Because you're nothing but an object put on this planet in the physical form that has a meaningless life. The only thing you can do during this meaningless life is gain as much knowledge, information, endure as long as possible, and that's the gist of what this is. Try to procreate, try to do things so that you essentially live on in some way, shape, form, or fashion going forward from that point forward. But at the end of the day, this doesn't mean anything. It's a joke. It's a joke.
This is what's confusing, okay? He's totally explaining it correctly. But then why is he letting it stress him so much? He's practically there. He's understanding.
Because he's not. Okay, so my perspective is that when people have to prove things to complete strangers, it's because they're not okay with themselves. It's a self thing. If I have to, I had the problem already. I went through this already, Seven, where I used to
Yes, I
make
agree.
videos and I had to prove things to people. And I thought I did. Now I don't, because I realize that I'm not the only one going through this. We're all going through the same thing. And I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. I truly do not. And that's where he's not at. He's not there. He cares what everyone thinks. He cares what his community thinks. He cares what his kid thinks, his wife, the dog, his dad, everybody, the strangers on the internet. He cares way too much. And he's got to prove everything to these people.
And you know, if you want to talk about attacks, I know, you know, you got it rough as well, because a lot of TIs I've noticed, they're very tough on you and they say bad things about you, and I can feel, I I think you got it tough. And you actually handle yourself really well. You definitely have shown that you don't let those people bother you. I mean, that takes a strong spirit to be able to do that.
Right, but I went through a testing phase, an initiation phase, a tribulation phase. I went through my stuff already. I've matured spiritually, mentally. I'm physically better. You know, I've been improving myself, my environment. I'm investing more in myself because I'm not trying to convince the strangers on the internet. It's happening to everybody. There isn't one person that there's not just two people with evidence and like, but that's what they're stuck on. You're stuck on it. They're stuck on it. And you can get stuck on it for a little while, but then once more people started, you know, once you realize you get to a certain level of understanding and then you mature, I guess it could be a maturity.
Yeah, I mean, maturity matters, and also, you know, life experience and hardship, and just, I mean, a lot of things are in play. So there's many factors in play. It's not just, we can't really just say it's because of this or that. But you're right, maturity is definitely one of them. And with that being said, I'm not trying to say Abe is not a mature person. It's just he's got some bad gang stalkers. Okay, that's for
Well,
sure.
he cares about what people are doing and saying on the internet, isn't he? Like, he's focused on the internet more than he is his physical environment or what people think. I think his focus, okay, all right, whatever I'm trying to say prioritize, okay? Prioritize. What's a priority right now? Proving to people things and paying a bill or brushing your teeth or your care. Like, we all just need to find our priority.
Yes, we all have different priorities, but yeah, I mean, I think his one of his priority is he wants the gang stalking to stop, but he doesn't realize that the major battle, it's understanding the no fear mentality. Like, he would make videos, like earlier he made a video walking through his neighborhood, calling practically every home in his neighborhood, or where the gang stalkers are living. As he's walking down the street, making turns, he would just start pointing out homes that are where the gang stalkers are living, and in the color of the cars. I mean, that is his mindset.
So, do
But
you think that he fears? Are you saying he's afraid of something? Because I know he's going to tell you he's going to fight with you on that one.
I mean, I think what he really wants is his privacy. That's what I went through, and that's what one of the first things that um, I noticed is my privacy was invaded, and yeah, that sucks. And I think that's one thing all TIs want is their privacy back. And
But you guys can't have your privacy because you have cell phones.
Yeah, but it's more than that. It's not just cell phone, because cell phone we can just put a piece of tape
Yeah, but
on the
that's the
camera.
beginning, Seven. That's the mark. That's the beginning saying, yes, you can monitor me. By having a cell phone, you're okay with the monitoring.
Yes, and yeah, that's true in a way. Yeah, they do monitor us regardless. Like Edward Snowden said, we're being monitored, and that's just part of having a cell phone. You're right, but it's cell phone is definitely one of them. So I mean,
Okay,
advice.
all right, let's just say the cell phone's a gateway. You're giving yourself up first by purchasing the phone, and then they come to your house or whatever.
Yeah, but that's the thing though. Who's coming to the house?
I don't know, some entity in your lower mind, in your lower negative mindset thinking. I don't know. The
Oh,
government,
okay.
blame the government. I don't know who's coming to your house. I'm just saying, like, they think somebody's like, they think the 9-year-old little girl is spying on them, the 9-year-old little neighbor girl.
Yes, and how that came from their intuition, right? Because that
Yes,
came from so
yes.
so
Lower
in a
voice
way,
to skull. Yeah,
and what is intuition? Is sixth sense,
yeah.
right? So sixth sense, there's a Hollywood movie with dealing with spirits, right? In a way, I mean, not trying to be super technical with every single word, but in general, sixth sense is like intuition, and intuition is also gut feeling. Gut feeling is what the person kind of believes in without evidence or logical reasoning. It's just, okay, this is my gut feeling. I just know it. I mean, that's like sixth sense. So, but a lot of these TIs, they don't realize that. And they just kind of say, oh, I have the evidence. When in reality, they're listening to their intuition, which are being attacked by the gang stalkers using lower voice to skull. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get the concept. I understand it. What do you think Abe's afraid of? What do you think he's afraid of? Being watched? You think that's what he's afraid of, just being watched? He's afraid of not having his privacy?
Well,
I mean, they're not watching him masturbate in the shower, are they? Or are they?
well, I mean, well, as a guy, okay, as a TI, that was one of those things. I'm sure it went through like other guys' head because it went through my head, okay. But I eventually learned to not let any of that bother me. To a point where when I'm by myself, I would just walk around naked. I would just become naked just to mock these gang stalkers. And I would hear them laughing and giggling and stuff. That doesn't bother me. And that's something that's what the no fear mentality is. It's got to overcome these different thoughts of being afraid of what's happening, which is no longer have privacy. And I'm sure some of them would think, oh, who are these people watching me, right? Because a percentage of TIs would believe that there are cameras installed in the home. They would break into the house and probably install these little tiny little cameras in the wall, or open up the
Yeah,
TV.
no one's gonna go through that much energy. They won't even go through that much work to assassinate somebody important. They're not gonna
Exactly.
go through that much. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
You're right. It's easier to just, yeah, like even just assassinate a person. That's easier than to spend all this money. But then you know what some TI would say? They would say, oh, it's the rich people and their sick game. It's the occult and that's the ritual. That's what the occults do. They play these sick games and they got all the money. And that's how they justify this. And that, in a way, yeah, I can see when they justify like that. Yeah, it is possible. But let's come back to reality a little bit, okay? Because when you want to talk about whatever, we can go off into the whatever land. But let's come back to reality here and talk some real sense, okay? Some sanity here. Occults are not going to pay and spend all that money to follow you just to laugh at you by watching you in private
Yeah,
and
if they're
mocking
gonna
you.
go through that much work to watch me, congratulations on their effort. Seriously, that's actually amazing. I'm impressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm actually impressed somebody's that pathetic to follow these other pathetic people around, right? That's
Yeah,
actually impressive.
and if you put yourself as a mindset of one of those rich occult leaders, because I don't know what that's like, but if you have their mindset, they would probably think That is boring stuff. They would do something more extreme, more exciting than to follow a TI and just to laugh at a TI getting all frustrated. That to them, I would imagine, is so boring. They wouldn't spend their money on doing that. They would spend their money on doing some more extreme things, right? Probably like throw a parachute out, for example, like throw a parachute out the plane, one parachute out the plane, and make 5 people jump out of the plane and see who gets it. Like,
Yeah,
that's probably more
exactly.
extreme than to hire a bunch of people to mess around with the TI on a daily basis just so they can watch them through the dark web and laugh at them being all frustrated. That is boring stuff. That is so boring. For any occult leader, that is boring.
Oh man. Yeah, that's funny. That's seriously, talking to you always gives me perspective that you're logical, okay? We're logical. And
Yes.
I'm almost calling it a maturity because these people seem that they're not okay with themselves. Because why are they going through all this effort to convince strangers on the internet if they're okay with self? It has something to do with themselves, not their environment. Like, they're not okay with self, so they have to.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying.
I think it's both. You're right. I think it's that, but I also do believe it is somewhat environment as well. And one thing I noticed is certain areas have stronger gang stalking. So wherever he's living in Ohio, I believe there are some really strong, some bad gang stalkers out there.
Like
And
5G. Do you think 5G has an effect on people's mental health?
Well, I know all the electricity is what these gang stalkers like. So the more electricity, the more gang stalking. But at the same time, I also know that if in a public place, or depends on what you do in a public place, it can change the gang stalking situation. For instance, in the beginning, when I was frustrated, I would kind of mumble out loud about talking trash to my gang stalkers, and they would tend to step back. They don't want me talking loud where other people can see me talking, like to myself or whatever. I don't do that.
Oh yeah, I did that once, and it worked.
Yes, but
yeah,
at home,
yeah.
at home, I would talk. Yeah, at home I would talk like that if I'm by myself, and that don't work as well as in public. I mean, but it's still kind of
So you know how they use children to channel messages, or they'll use children to use certain words?
Yes.
So that happened to me while I was standing in line at the gas station just the other day, and I responded, and it worked. Yeah, you get a response back.
As in, you're using your mind?
No, I spoke out loud.
Oh, okay.
So I was getting the thoughts. Okay, so thoughts were leaking out, and the child was channeling the thoughts back at me. And instead of thinking my answer, I spoke it.
So how'd you know this kid was channeling to you?
Well, it wasn't. She was in the back of the store, but she was saying all the words I was thinking on the other side of the store. A child was saying words that I was thinking while I was standing in line.
Really? But you actually saw the kid moving his lips, his or her lips?
No, I'm standing in line and I could hear the child speaking.
Wow. So would you say you're receiving voice to skull?
Yeah, I guess, but I responded out loud. That's the point.
I see.
Instead of just like, oh, whatever, I'm getting gang stalked. I actually responded to myself out loud, and it worked.
Yeah, it works for me whenever I talk trash in public like that. But that you gotta be careful with that, because usually when this happened is because for me, I was already frustrated at whatever they're doing. So
Yep.
it could lead to trouble. Could
Yeah,
actually really
I
lead
thought
to
there was
trouble.
going to be a violent, I was waiting for the manifestation, or some type of reaction, physical reaction.
Yes. And nowadays I no longer think about gang stalking in public or gang stalkers messing with me. Nowadays they reverse their tactic now, okay? Now what I get through ideas and thoughts from them is they would tell me as I'm in public who are the other TIs. But by identifying the other TIs, you know what they also tell me? That they are hearing that I am a gang stalker. You see what I'm saying? So they are telling me now that who are the TIs out in public.
Yeah, well, I kept telling people this. I said, you're somebody else's stalker. Yeah. Yeah. So there's this one guy, he's like, I keep running into the same person. I'm getting gang stalked, whatever. I said, but you're his stalker and he's your stalker. You torment that person as much as they torment you, because you guys keep running into each other.
Yes. And
yeah.
So now that's their tactic of messing with me. So I just want to put that out there for other TIs. It's
more perspective. It's another perspective. A lot of people are just selfish. But all these people in the chat, you can come up on the panel and talk, then come up on the panel and talk. Wayne, why don't you come up on the panel and talk? Because you're probably going to bitch out. Lieutenant Handler, get on the panel and talk. You will not. Who's this? TI News? Get on the channel. Get on here and talk. You will not. You will not talk here. You'll run your mouth in the chat, and that'll be the end of you. You will not get on the StreamYard. Do not get on the StreamYard. Yeah, you won't. Why? What's the psychology behind you not getting on the StreamYard? You're a bitch. That's the psychology of it.
Well, I mean, I try to not let these people bother me because I'm used to stuff like that. And, using logic is actually very a good defense, because when I get attacks like that, I would try to use logic, and it works. I mean, people tend to just change their perspective. Hello, Timothy.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
I'm all right. I was waiting for Lieutenant Handler to get his ass up here.
Lieutenant Handler.
Yeah, that's Chief Handler's little buddy. I think it's his son.
Oh,
says,
really?
Yeah, he says he's got a 15-year-old son. He teaches him to beat up homeless people. And
yeah, well, that's not what we're talking about. We're not here to gossip and slander. We're talking about Abe's video. What do you think about Abe's video?
I think he needs to get outside more. See, there's somebody honking the horn in the background, because I was on that chat earlier, because I'm his moderator, in case you haven't noticed.
No.
I'm trying to get him get him off of Burger Boy's channel, because they're calling him out, using him for low-cal content. All the troll farmers are fucking with him. He gets trolled a lot.
So, I mean, how long have you been listening to this live stream so far? Did you just
I've been in and out of it, in and out.
Okay. What do you think of the things we're saying, like about how we're explaining this video?
Well, there's too many storytellers up here. There's a lot of people that just come up here just telling stories, and like that's what leads to a lot of disinformation and stuff. I'm not sure what Abe is doing, but I don't know. He needs to probably find some better friends.
So what you're saying is that he's getting irritated by the people that he has to explain things to, his friends?
Well, he's always on Burger Boy's channel. Like that's really bad. That's like the worst thing that could happen is you end up on Burger Boy's channel,
Yeah,
and then
don't we all do that? Don't we all try to prove things to our friends and our family and our community?
Well, there's too many people up here that make us all look crazy. by acting out and yelling at people and making mistakes.
Do you care if people think you're a crazy person?
Well, there's all this stuff with the whole drama community, like TI News, and that's all fake. That all started on Facebook, and then it migrated over to YouTube. And those are all real gang stalkers, and they farm everybody out. They're trying to turn everybody into lolcows so that all the troll farmers will pick them up, and eventually that'll drive certain people to suicide if they see themselves, being lolcowed out all over YouTube. Like James Robert Clark III. Like if you type in his name, look what pops up. That's the worst thing that could happen to anybody, and that's what's going to happen to Abe if he doesn't, do something else.
Well,
What
you
happened?
care about him. You respect him.
Well, I'm his Facebook friend. I talk to him on Facebook, and I try to help him out, with his channel because he's been around the longest. He's been around since 2008. And he doesn't have any mental health diagnosis, so he's like one of the most credible witnesses there is. However, all these troll farmers, they think he's nuts, and they're just provoking him and trying to get him to act out so they could build a storyline around it and farm him out, collect donations by restreaming his content.
So
And
you
that's
think-
why I don't show my face on camera, so I don't end up like these guys.
Okay, so what?
Trying to warn them about that. They got to stop making too many videos of them talking to the camera and focus on something else.
So I want to know, do you believe that what he said about me are true? Do you think you sincerely believe that I am a con artist?
I think he probably went across the line right there. Like he's not really paying attention to what you're saying because your channel is one of the only ones where, you're trying to help people and offer solutions. But him, I don't know where he's going with this. It's like he's lashing out from being isolated too much.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you.
That's why I've been trying to interact with him more by being his moderator and kicking out all the trolls because they're constantly asking him dumb questions and trying to trigger him. They're trying to trigger him into making what do they call these triggered response videos? That's what they call that. These angry they're just fucking with people. I don't think he sees that yet. Because he says that he's not afraid of all these lolcow farmers and they can't lolcow him out. But he still ends up on Burger Boy every day.
Well, he's very brave. I know he's a brave person. I know he's I know he's frustrated because
they're putting him in the same category as people like Letitia and Cyrax and King Cobra, JFS. If you look at Burger Boy's channel, you'll see what I'm talking about because most of the people that are on there, again,
So Abe makes his own choices.
He's just not listening to anybody right now. He's just pushing everybody away.
Okay, because you're not part of his choice. He's making his choices. Choices are individual. You're not a part of that choice. You're not influencing him. You're not here to influence him.
And well, one of the major issue that I noticed, like you said, he needs to go out more or whatever, change his group of friends. It's when he's isolated, when he's by himself, his mind, he thinks a lot. I can tell he actually go through all the scenarios and all the possibilities. So his mind is thinking a lot. And when a person's mind thinks a lot, it can go anywhere. And
he's not even on drugs either. That's the thing.
Yes, I understand. And that have to do with the gang stalkers. Okay. It's one thing about TIs is we would get for me, I can feel sometimes my head is extra heavy. And some TIs will put a foil cap on or whatever to block some of that attack. And I don't know if he's going through any heaviness or headaches or anything like that because I haven't heard him talked about it. But I can, based on my experience, I can comfortably say that TIs, they all experience something like that. And with him thinking about a bunch of different thoughts, and depends on the situation and depends on what happened leading up to it. those thoughts could either one solidify the belief, okay, and if those thoughts solidify the belief, then they can really just start moving forward, leading him into that direction. So it's important to be confirming those thoughts if it's true or not. So, for instance, a good example would be today he made a video pointing out all the gang stalkers in his neighborhood. And, if he point out one or two, I understand. But he was pointing out a lot of homes. And with that, he would need a lot of proof and evidence. And how can he know all of this? And that's because he's experiencing voice to skull, but he doesn't realize it yet. And he probably most likely heard verbal abuse because he made a mention that, someone called him an asshole out in public, right? He was walking and he's like, that person just called me an asshole. For what? But that, to me, I already know that is voice to skull. Because voice to skull is not just happening in the head. Like, you don't just hear it in your head with loud volume, like a normal volume. Voice to skull can happen in the physical world, meaning it can happen 10 feet away from you, 20 feet away from you. It can happen in the physical. That is also voice to skull because only you can hear it. If it happens outside, other people don't hear it.
Yeah, Lieutenant Handler needs to click on the link and get up in the chat here because he's still doing his cyber perp antagonist act in the chat here.
So
Bragging.
yeah, please.
Well, he's in here bragging about some guy that he put away for a while. That's what he does, he rats people out. That's what these guys do. And it's gotten to a point where we don't even need these chief handlers anymore because we got people like TI News and Conspiracy Underground doing all this internet drama crap that needs to stop. Because I noticed that in every video that Conspiracy Underground makes, he drops Absent Minds, Abe's name and Tony in every video.
So he's stepping on other people to create his show.
It's like these handlers have become obsolete. The chief handlers and the lieutenant handlers, like they have no effect anymore. I'm surprised they're back because I haven't seen Lieutenant Handler for a whole year.
So why don't you get on here, Lieutenant Handler, and speak?
He's only got one account too, and he's the only handler that uses one account. While the other guys like chief handler and vice handler, if you block those guys, they'll just make a new one and keep harassing you.
Probably all the same person.
Oh, there's like 3 or 4 of them. Because there's another one called Green Hunter, but the original one was called Vice Handler.
You don't know if it's not the same person.
They've been around for a while now.
Right, so how do you know it's not the same person? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, he was up on Brandon Q's chat a couple days ago.
So he does get on the panel then.
We tried to get him on the chat, but he wouldn't do it. And Lieutenant Handler, he's probably gonna chicken out too.
No, if you don't talk to these guys, it's one person. It's only one person. There's not 5. There's one. It's one.
Well, tell him to get up here, click on the link, and get in the chat.
He's not gonna click on the link. It's a bitch. They're not gonna do this. They create stock accounts. And
Lieutenant Handler only has one account though. He does.
You don't know that. How do you know?
Because I already blocked him and he hasn't been back, and the only one has been back.
He doesn't have another account in a different name. You don't know.
Because they show up on other people's channel. That's why.
Because you don't know.
As far back as 2 years.
Person. It's the same person. You don't even know because you don't get it. You don't get it.
Well, how come you never investigate this stuff? Like you've been ignoring it.
You don't get it. It's the same person. You're not comprehending what I'm saying.
And why aren't you doing anything about it? Like you never talk about these guys.
Why would I? I'm not a gossip, slandering cunt.
Well, I think the point here is for me is I do welcome them.
Well,
into
Chief Handler was calling. Chief Handler was the one that was calling Abe's house, and Abe has recordings of Chief Handler, and Abe is the only guy who's been getting phone calls from Chief Handler and documenting it, and nobody else has been able to do that.
What'd you say, Seven? What were you about to say?
Well, okay, I was gonna say, I welcome anyone into this chat. The link is in the chat. And also, people have their own opinions, and if they
Well,
want to talk,
these guys are stalkers. These guys with the handler names, they're actual perps.
So what? What does that have to do with you?
Because they've been around tormenting me the whole time
So
too.
what? So why is it affecting you? You got a
Because
video?
they call Abe's house and leave fucking
So?
threatening messages on his
So?
phone. Abe had a
So?
conversation with them.
And then?
He
What
answered
does
the
that have
phone
to
and
do
talked
with
to him.
you? What does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with you?
Shut the fuck up. You're an annoying cunt. I don't like you. You're a dumb bitch. Fuck you.
all right, well, TNT Storm, this is the second time you made someone left the chat.
Right. Well, they call me TNT for a reason.
Yeah, you're very straightforward, all right. And I just want to say, people can say whatever they want, and it's up to us to allow it to hurt us or not. And based on what I see in the chat, there's a lot of stuff being said, but then again, it's not illegal what they're saying. I haven't seen anything illegal yet, and I don't want to be blocking them because people tend to, who knows how they would retaliate, people tend to do different things.
Okay, so 7. I'm going to make a fake account, and my name will be Lieutenant Handler. Now what?
Then, people would probably see
He
your...
didn't, 7, he didn't get it, did he? You did. He didn't get it. You did.
And, I see your point. You're trying to say, don't let that bother you. And
no, what I'm saying is I am Lieutenant Handler. How do you know I'm not Lieutenant Handler? You don't know because you never spoke with the person ever.
Yeah, you're right. And the only way to know is to have a conversation and try to recognize the voice.
He didn't understand that for some reason. Whoever the fuck this guy was that got on here just now.
And that's have to do with, like I may mention before, like these gang stalkers, they have the ability to distract us from making connections. And you'll be surprised that the lower voice to skull is a lot stronger than actual human voices, because when we talk, like you can hear me now, but as my voice is traveling into your, through your speakers playing my voice right now, and as you're picking it up, the lower voice to skull is actually a lot closer than the speaker that's playing my voice right now. Does that make sense? So in a way, the lower voice to skull is more powerful, and it can...
Yes, I understand what you're saying, 7, and I'm just not gonna put up. He just could not pick up what I was laying down. Why? Why can't he understand the fact that I can have 200,000 accounts and I'm only one person? Why can't he understand that?
I can tell he's trying to be a nice person. He's sincere, and it's just the lower voice to skull. It's in all the TIs, and it's...
Oh my god! Seriously, that's the thing. I don't know how to turn it off. I'm not turning it off. I'm having this shit turned up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I really don't know what to say, but other than, I'm sure he'll think about it, and maybe one day he'll make a connection. I'm sure it will, because he seems like a very logical person, and he was actually handling it very well with you going at him. He's actually handling it quite well, and he stuck around for a long time. And yeah, so that's all I have to say. I'm gonna play this video for a little bit longer. I don't know if I can stay here for another 30 minutes. It's been going on for way too long. I'll just play this for another few minutes.
That's not a nihilistic perspective. That's not an existentialist perspective. That's the terms that they use to coin to describe that type of a view on it. But at the end of the day, that's just a realist perspective. Objective realism. You can make it whatever you want to make it. But what limits you are the systems in place that want to control what you want to try to make it. So they tell you we've got these laws, we've got these rules, we've got these things you can and cannot do. We're going to lock you up, or we're going to severely punish you financially, or we're going to eternally damn you to hell. We're going to do all these things. There's consequences to everything that you do if you actually just try to live your life in this world. That's the reality of it. The hell is all over me, dude. So, fucking shit. Fuck. So the point is, Adriana, Seventh Hanuman, A Targeted Journey, all of you that populated the top of my feed over and over and over again, trying to give me some distraction, trying to give me some controlled narrative to enact a change. No, how about we just address the problem? I am a victim of a crime. I am a true victim of a crime.
No, how about we just address
A true victim.
Hello? Oh, damn, TMT storm left. I can't hear anybody.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, are you the real chief handler?
Possibly.
Possibly.
We are many because we are legion.
Okay. Okay, well, go ahead, share your opinion.
Yeah, so I don't think gang stalking's real. Just the way people present it on YouTube, it's like I think there's a wide variety of people on YouTube, and they're all fake for different reasons. So a lot of people are just clout chasers, like mentally ill people. If you like, it's easy to are in this supposed targeted individual community. They're people who like have no friends, no life, work at like Burger King, and they found out about gang stalking. And they're like, oh, this is why I've been working at Burger King. I'm like 40, you know, like Abe, his thing goes way more sinister since his videos up. Abe is actually like, I don't know what the hell his deal is, but this dude, there's something really wrong with him. But he has a sinister agenda as well. If you research his past, I think there's people conducting like, there's some like Harvard research experiment or something going on. Like there's a group of people on YouTube trying to make gang stalking a thing to see like how many people they can convince it's a thing. So then they actually start believing they're being gang stalked. And Abe, Conspiracy Underground, all these people are on a Discord server. TI News, these people all talk and coordinate on a Discord server together. And I don't know if they're doing it just to troll, if they're doing it an actual research experiment or something, but it's still not real. They're really not being gang stalked. They're not.
So you found this information
Yeah,
on
it's
the
really
website?
weird. I don't know exactly what their end game is, but it's kind of sinister. And then
So
you have other. Yeah, go ahead.
So okay, so have you watched any of my videos in the past?
Yeah, I've skimmed through some of them, and I never saw any evidence that made me think, yeah, wow, this guy's being gang stalked. As a matter of fact, I've never seen anybody on YouTube that.
Yes, I understand what you're saying about gang stalking evidence because there are no gang
Can't
stalking
present
evidence.
it. No,
Yes.
there's none on YouTube. There's maybe like one channel that's convincing out of like
Which
hundreds.
Which channel is that?
What is it? real gang stalking.
So that's the channel that convinces you that gang stalking could be real.
Yeah, he'll predict something. He'll be like, "Look, I'm gonna go outside, and 20 people that walk past me, all of them are gonna like scratch their nose, and they all do it." And it's like, okay, well, he said something, and then he recorded it on video, and it happened. And it's not something out of the realm of possibilities, you know. And then you go on another channel, one of these fake channels, and they're like, "Oh my god, I'm being beamed by aliens, and like I can hear my neighbors like farts through the wall through V2K," and you're like, "What the fuck is wrong with these people?"
So
Like most, yeah,
no, go ahead.
yeah, just most of these channels are like, it reminds me of fucking these people that got abducted by UFOs or whatever. It's like in that level of crazy.
So you don't believe in gang stalking. So you are you the one making the post on other people's channel? You know, because I know there's a chief handler out there that's quite famous in the TI community. Are you that person?
No, I'm not the original. There's a lot of copycats. I'm just a copycat. I think it's funny to just fuck with people sometimes because everybody gets so worked up over like a stupid comment. That's why I don't get. That's why I think most of these people aren't really real. So you're like, most of these people allege that they're being followed around by hundreds of people, right? They're being cyber stalked and harassed by hundreds of people. So then one guy on YouTube going like, haha, you're a faggot. That's what breaks you to make like 4 response videos. That's what makes you like have a breakdown, even though you're being gang stalked by like 500 people. Some guy named Chief Handler is the one that like basically fucked you up. Like, how does that make any sense?
Okay, so you have to handle Chief Handler because it's funny, and you don't believe gang stalking is real. And someone here in the comment, this one, Justly Jester, is that you?
Yeah, they recognize my voice. That's funny.
Okay. So I'm kind of confused. So why? So you're only doing this to get an reaction out of people, basically. And it seems like it's working. And you don't believe gang stalking is real.
I used to think it was real, but then I started to kind of see things in my own life that like I said earlier, I feel like people on YouTube have an agenda to put vulnerable people into a certain mindset where you like gang stalk yourself with something that's not even happening.
Okay, so you say you used to believe it. So what made you not believe it no more? So you no longer have any experience like that or thoughts like that?
Basically, a big part of it was coming on YouTube and not finding one person I would vouch for. That was a big part of it. I'm like, wow, there's no way I could be the only one. And that means I'm probably not being gang stalked either. You know, because out of 200 people, I could not vouch for any of them. So I was like, this is fucking retarded. There's no way I'm the only one. So.
Hello? Hello?
I'm just being super paranoid about everything. I started moving different in real life and it basically went away. So I think I was acting just really weird based off the shit I was watching on YouTube, and it made people around me act weird back towards me. And once I stopped acting a certain way, it almost went away like instantly. It was really weird, actually.
Okay, well that's a good thing for you that you no longer let that bother you. So it's a positive thing for you then. But now you feel like it's just mocking other people is funnier. I mean, I think you should probably don't do that to other TIs. I mean, shouldn't you think like, oh, making fun of other TIs is not a good thing to do because these people are going through a lot of stuff. I mean, a lot of problems in life.
I think it's really funny though if So here's the thing, right? When I was supposedly being gang stalked or whatever the fuck that was, I could not care even if 100 people on the internet made videos threatening me or talking shit about me. How would that bother me when 1,000 people were fucking with me every time I stepped outside my door? So that's what I'm saying. Targeted individuals are claiming to be getting gang stalked and this and that.
So I mean, in a way, it's you figured it out to
Yeah.
not let it bother you. So that is that kind of like the no fear mentality I've been teaching, which is the TI have the power to not let other people mess with his or her life. And at the very basic is to not let these comments or other people's criticism break the spirit of the TI.
But here's the thing. These people supposedly get harassed by thousands of people. How does one guy on the internet in a comment section bother them that much? Don't they get bothered by the 1,000 people that fuck with them in real life? I feel like that would be more threatening than a guy on YouTube. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
which makes me think they're fake.
Well, you have a point there, and that is, I would say that's more have to do with their mindset and how comfortable they are. If they're on the internet, I don't know if they're actually on the internet out in public, but for me, I'm usually on YouTube when I'm at home, and so if I read comments that are in the negative towards me, yeah, I would just focus on that most likely and try to bring some sense into it. But at the same time, I won't let those comments bother me, but I still want to clarify things. So, but in public, yeah, in public, you're right. If you're being gang stalked, you're out in public. That's what. Well, I could see that's what lead up to the frustration throughout the day, and then when the TI gets home, we'll probably vent out the frustration on YouTube and on the internet.
Right.
And also another thing is when you're in public, you can't really do much because we still have to behave a certain way, and it forces the TI to handle him or herself more in a professional manner because hey, if you act out, you could end up, getting cops called on, get put in jail. So it's an understanding that for the TIs to behave more in a controlled manner, self-controlled manner. So,
Yeah,
and yeah,
but
that
a
could
lot of people just upload like stupid ass response videos to comments and stuff. Like it's making you look like an idiot on the internet where someone can record it and use it against you forever. Like it's almost worse than acting out in real life. I think there's a bad connection or something.
Hello?
I can hear you now.
Sorry, my computer turned off. I just plugged it back in.
Here's
So
another
yeah,
thing. My biggest thing is, so apparently there's these legions of thousands of people fucking following people around in real life, right? Like TNT Storm, that's why I wanted to talk to her. She brought up a really good point. Like that chief handler dude, it could be 100 different dudes, or it could be a dude on 100 different sock puppet accounts. So if you're getting gang stalked by 100 people in real life, they could all make 100 accounts each and basically troll the ever living fuck out of you online. But that doesn't even happen though. There's not really evidence that there's like hundreds of trolls messing with anybody online. It's only like a real life thing, which is strange.
So you're trying to make a point of what TNT Storm said about anyone can make a ID, a handle, a screen name, and pretend to be a certain person. Is that what you're trying to make that point?
I think, yeah, I think I agree with what she said about that.
Yeah, that's true. And just like how you made this handle, right? Like chief handler, like anyone can do it.
Exactly.
So
That's my point. That's exactly
yeah,
why I put it.
and she left right before you got on. So, and I don't know if she's listening now. Maybe her phone died or something, or maybe she just uh, was on here for too long. And I did not expect this live stream to go on for this long. It's 3 hours now, and
Oh, no.
I feel bad ending the live stream because I did not finish Abe's video. I feel like I need to play his entire videos to get the complete picture. And but I mean, would you want to watch it and a little bit more, or
I mean, I can't stand that dude. I'm pretty sure he's 100% fake. That guy's not a target. He's not like it's just once you realize someone's not real, just like try to tell everybody to ignore them because they have a sinister agenda. That Abe dude is not being gang stalked. I can guarantee that.
well, okay, well, this is where I have to disagree because I know Abe's a real TI, and gang stalking it's like a modern day thing. What the experience itself, it can be traced back to the Bible, and I will play videos of what I mean by that in the future. But I know Abe is a real TI, and he's just frustrated. And if you don't believe it's true, then that's fine. That's your opinion. I have nothing against you. And
Have you ever
you're
video chatted with him?
no, I have not. I never once. I invited him, but then he was doing something else, so I never chat with him.
I video chatted with him, and he knew the city I lived in. He knew my ex's last name. He knew all kinds of shit about me to a guy I've never met before.
Really, that's very interesting.
Yes, he knows a lot. That dude is either a hacker, which I know there's hackers on the internet. So think about it like this, right? There's hackers who want to fuck with people. What better people to fuck with than somebody who's already claiming to be gang stalked? It's the perfect victim of so many crimes, actually. Like if a rapist wants to rape somebody, the biggest chance of getting away with it is probably to a targeted individual because they might not even go to the cops because they're scared of the cops. A hacker is probably going to hack a targeted individual because they're scared. Who are they going to go to? I think there's a lot of vultures like that. I think Abe is a vulture like that because he knew way too much about me for only talking with him like an hour. It was really weird. I tried to like interview him and he shocked the fuck out of me and I never talked to him again. Actually, he scared me with how much he knew about me.
Wow, this is that's somewhat to the extreme how you put it together. How a rapist or a TI gets raped and is too scared to go to police. I mean, that's a little too extreme, don't you think? Hello?
Oh yeah, you cut off. I can hear you.
Oh, you made a mention that if a TI gets raped, then the TI might get too scared to go to the police. I mean, that's a little too extreme, don't you think?
No, man. So TIs are always talking about how the people are breaking into their house, but yet they never file police reports. I've seen tons of TIs talking about how people are like felony stalking them and felony breaking and entering, felony assault, felony this and that, felony hacking, and they never report it. So it's not that much of a stretch to think criminals would target people who are like a motherfucker.
I mean, yeah, I could see that as a possibility, yes. And I hope that don't happen to people because that would be a terrible experience for that TI. And I feel like, it's a little bit off topic, but I mean, thank you for joining me. I'm going to end the stream now.
All right.
It's been too long, but then I welcome you back in the future if you're available. And because
Yeah.
I do want to know more about how Abe would know everything about. What makes you think that he's a hacker, by the way?
He knew the exact city that I was in. I hadn't told anybody. He brought it up, and he did it just like how a supposed gang stalker would do it. Like he brought up the only city he brought up the whole conversation was the city that I lived in, and it was not like a big city or anything. And he brought up an ex, and he knew things that are impossible for anybody to know. I've never talked about it publicly about that ex.
Do you have that video recorded?
Yeah. So the funny thing is, I have like it was like an hour and a half conversation, and I have like about an hour of it, and the most important part just like got like you can't hear shit, but I do have like the rest of it. It's like about an hour. It proves at least that I was talking with him a lot, and there is some of the mimicking on that 1 hour conversation that is recorded.
So, did you ever release your name in one of your videos?
My first name, and that's it.
And based on that, he was able to find your identity and whereabout and information on you. So, because I mean, it's hard for me to believe that Abe is a hacker, and but then again, I have no proof that he's not a hacker, or if he is a hacker. So I'm only taking this information in based on what you're saying, and if you have the video, the conversation with him, I mean that would be interesting. But that's up to you because you have the video. I don't.
His past, bro, that dude worked for the fucking military. He worked for this company that's behind gang stalking. He admitted it on video. What is it? The same company Nerve Gorilla works for. Abe and Nerve Gorilla are fucking co-workers. They even talked about it. That's why Abe. You got to remember, Abe was the one that brought Gorilla into the community out of nowhere. The first interview Nerve Gorilla did was at.
Hello. Hello?
For Lockheed Martin, and Abe admitted it. Nerve Gorilla admitted it. I had a video that I put on my channel confirming that, and like nobody cared. Nobody gave a fuck. I had this 100% proof.
Interesting. And is the video still up? I would like to see that. Hello? Hello?
What?
Do you have the video up? I would like to see that.
I deleted all my video. Oh, I privated all my videos. I can like send you it so you can see it.
Yeah, if you just have a link to the video, that'd be great. You can send it to my email, 7th
Yeah.
Hanuman at Gmail.
Yeah, I'll send them. I'll send the Abe video and the Nerve Gorilla video.
Sure, that'd be great. I mean, I'm not going to show it on a live stream because I think that's just a little bit too much out of my my boundary because I don't want to start causing anything. But like the whole reason I made this video is to explain, the difference between evidence and theories, and also answer to some of the claims that Abe and Conspiracy Underground made. So if you send me the videos, I'll just watch it, but I won't be making no comments on it or showing it.
I think it's really weird. A lot of targeted individuals are like associating with like damn near government agents or something, and they don't care. That's another reason I deleted my channel. Like a lot of people just don't give a fuck, which makes me think everybody's fake. You know what I'm saying? Why would you associate with a government agent who's probably trying to mind rape you, basically trying to get you to become like a paranoid retard or something? And that is the goal of a lot of these people. It's like a Harvard experiment, I'm telling you. Gang stalking is like some research thing by Harvard.
Well, I have no comment on that, but I just know I don't like the gang stalkers, and they're all dumpster stains. So, I mean, that's all I have to say about it. And with the Harvard, I have to see it. I have to read the article. I have to get more information on it. But I have nothing to say about that because based on my experience, saying it's Harvard study, it's giving them too much credit. Harvard, it's
man, they used to do things like have you heard about the famous prisoner experiment? They gave a bunch of random people prison guard outfits and then they beat the shit out of a bunch of prisoners for like a week, and then they did like they're known for doing weird experiments like that, psychological experiments.
Oh yeah, I believe people are crazy like that, but I also believe that gang stalking itself, it's way more advanced than any of those. And
Think about it. It's kind of like a version of that. They get hundreds of random retards off the street, tell them they're special agents, and then they all fucking gang stalk and harass a random person. It's like a upgraded version of the prison experiment. Instead of getting a random dude to pretend to be a guard, they get random retards and tell them that, oh, you're a super secret spy agent. Go follow this guy around. And they're trying to see how many retards they can get to follow a guy around for no reason. It's like it's like some weird research experiment.
yeah, I mean that's possible. I mean, but see, I tend to use my personal experience as a base of reference, and I don't believe I'm a retard, and I went through it. I'm going through it. I figured a lot of things out based on by chance, and that's why it led me to making my videos. So
I
a
feel
lot of
like a
those
retard, bro. I fell for this shit for months and months, and I like obsessed over it. Like they made me waste a lot of time.
Oh, I wasted a lot of my money just trying to experiment and figure things out. So I myself have wasted a lot of energy and time and money on this. And that's just part of part of the experience. We have, as a human, as a TI, we have to try to figure this out and try to stop it. And we all go through it differently. And based on my personal experience, I went through all those things. And the best approach to it is just the no fear mentality, because with the no fear mentality, it eliminates the privacy problem. Because a lot of TIs, one major problems with TIs are they want their privacy back. And by having the no fear mentality, that helped me overcome that privacy issue where I don't let it bother me no more. So it's no longer a problem in my mind. And a lot of TIs don't understand this and they're frustrated. In reality, it's just they want their privacy. They feel like they're being followed and they don't want people following them. But even though, let's just say, people are following them, they're not attacking them. I mean, there are stories of TI saying their belongings are getting damaged, their cars getting damaged, people breaking into their homes. But my response to that is, how often is that happening? Is that happening every day? Just like gang stalking, because gang stalking is an everyday thing. So is your car being attacked every day? It's people breaking into your home every day. I mean, once in a while, you might get a break-in. That have a lot to do with maybe your neighborhood or for whatever reason. But for them to say, oh, because my belongings was damaged. Okay, but how often is it happening? Because everybody gets their stuff damaged here and there. I mean, it's just one of those common things. But to say that is gang stalking and that's like a permanent thing, it just doesn't make sense. So I know based on my experience that gang stalking, it's taking away the TI's privacy. And if the TI can understand no fear mentality, that privacy issue will no longer bother the TI. And from there, it can lead to a lot of good things. And that's what led me to thinking more positively and not let these negative thoughts bother me, because it does work. I mean, I wanted to stop. I wanted to stop for other TIs out there. But in reality, there's no real answer to stopping it. And the only thing,
the only choice. Yeah, you have to just not give a fuck.
exactly. And the only thing that we can do as a TI is just to think positive and don't let those things bother us, and don't commit violence or murder like some, like Stephen Marlowe. I mean, that's for now, that's all we can do. And hopefully one day in the future, someone can make some discovery or make some connection or things will change. But for now, I mean, there's not much we can do.
Yeah, yeah, you pretty much. That's what seems like the point of it is. It's to make you like. It's kind of like the process of it. Like it makes you not care about not having privacy. It like breaks you down to that level where you have no choice but to not care.
Exactly. And that is, yeah, sadly to say, that is a good approach to it. Just not care about them watching you if you're in the bathroom or whatever. I mean, if a TI's been gang stalked for 5 years, they feel like their privacy is gone and they're being watched. I mean, that's 5 years they already seen you in the bathroom. So what is there to hide? I mean, just let it go, right? And
Pretty much.
that's eventually what led me to understand this no fear mentality of not letting these thoughts bother me anymore. Because if I don't think about stuff like that, then it doesn't really bother me, right?
That's what I'm
But
saying. I deleted my channel, and like it started to go away before that, and after deleting it, it's almost completely gone. I literally stopped caring about it, and it's like it vanished. It was really weird, actually.
I mean, in a way, it's you're fortunate to not get involved too deep into this. Doesn't sound like you're being bothered by it, so it's a good thing for you to not get too deep into it, unlike some TIs out there. So in a way, it's a good thing for you to no longer let that bother you. But with that being said, I also think you should take it as a more like a humble experience and try to not mess with other TIs, because not everyone's as fortunate as you and they could be going through some serious stuff. So you should probably just thank God and take it as a humble experience and just leave other TIs alone.
But I think they're digging themselves a hole. That's the problem. They're they're like not just by talking about it, by the way they're perceiving what's happening to them. It's all like a perception smoke and mirrors thing. Once you break out of the perception prison, that's what makes it go away, I think. Like, and a lot of people on YouTube are like basically prosecuting themselves into it. Like, how can I explain this, man? It's just like that's why all these agents are here. It's all like a mental gymnastics game. Where like I think the reason it stopped for me, not just because I deleted my channel and it stopped. No. It started to stop way before I deleted it, which was what led me to delete it. But it was about the perception that I had about it. I felt like I found the way out of the tunnel by getting the right perception of what was happening. And then once you realize what it fully is, it really doesn't bother you or scare you. And you're like, I don't give a fuck. So then they realize it's like, well, this guy doesn't care anymore. Why should we keep doing it to him? And it ends something like that. So a lot of people, until they get the right perception of what this is, they're going to be stuck in the perception prison. So like bullying people does help sometimes, I think. If they're thinking the wrong thing, you're like, you're dumb. That's not what it is. Retard. Haha. And then like, it might make them think, wow, what if I am wrong? And they might try to go to the right perception. It's like helpful bullying. I don't know. I feel like I sound like a gang stalker now, honestly. But it's true though, in a way.
You mean, yeah, being straightforward and blunt and tell them like it is. Yes, I understand. But as a TI, I also know the TIs are very sensitive, and in the background, I also know there's another force working against the bullying. So being straightforward. So sometimes it's very delicate. It's almost like gotta not overstep, but then also try to like pull them into this other direction of seeing things differently than the way they've been seeing it.
Yeah, I think so. But a lot of people listen to charlatans on here. That's why it makes me really angry. There's obvious
Well, I mean, yeah, it's like different phases that the TI have to go
prison
through.
by listening to them.
When I started researching about this, I was going through a reassurance phase where I was feeling comfortable seeing other people's videos that talking about their gang stalking experience. That made me feel comfortable because it shows that I am not the only one. And it's a phase that I had to go through, and it took many months for me. Some people it takes years and never break out of it. But I went through the phase where I have to find videos of other people going through similar things to make me feel better about myself. And one major difference for me that happened was when I was in college. I made a video about this. When I was in college, I had a roommate that was going through gang stalking. He believed that all the roommate in the house was spying on him. I mean, this went on for months, and I was cool with him because we go party and stuff. So he would tell me what's going on.
You were his roommate too?
Yes, I was his roommate. I lived on the upstairs floor. There was 13 rooms. There was 4 levels and 13 rooms, and the entire house was occupied. So it was a big house, and there's people, friends, whatever. People come and go, And when we go party, like it's a big group of us. Like we bring the party to the clubs and stuff like that. But him and I were close because we partied a lot, and we have similar interests in the things that we talk about. So I hung out with him, and he was comfortable telling me and sharing with me what was happening to him. And all this happened after he found his dad. His dad went missing for a week, and he found his dad under the pool cover in the backyard after he'd been searching for him for a week. So that alone, it's kind of, I would imagine that's really extreme for a person for him to find his dad's corpse in the backyard under the pool cover. But after
in that house, in the same house he lived at?
Well, back at his parents' house, because he went back home to look for his dad. And I have an incoming call. 1 second.
All right. Bro, TI news is fake news. That's Brandon Q 100%. That's 100% Brandon Q. And also, I deleted my account because a big reason Planet Pat did, like, by the end of the conversation, he started doing directed conversation as well.
Okay, hello, I'm back.
Yeah.
So I was saying, so he found his dad's corpse, and so he came back home, and
Muted.
And sorry, and he came back to the house where I was staying, and that's when all this crazy stuff started happening to him. He believed every roommate in the house was spying on him, but he wasn't telling me that I was spying on him, not yet. Only until later on, a few months later, that one day I was hanging out with another roommate. We're playing video games outside of his room, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he busts out of his room. He opened the door, busts out with a baseball bat, and then he was staring at the roommate sitting next to me, staring at him with these really crazy looking eyes, and shouting at him, "Why are you talking shit about me? Why are you talking shit?" All this stuff. And I was stunned. So was the roommate sitting next to me. We both just leaned back with our hands up, and we're like, whoa, 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 calm down. We're not talking about you. We're not saying anything about you. So he was staring us. Well, it wasn't staring at me. He was staring at the roommate next to me. And we're like, don't do anything. We're not talking about you. What are you saying? Calm down. We're just playing video games. And a few minutes later, I can see into his eyes, like he was coming back around. Like he's starting to realize what he's doing. Like it's wrong that whatever he was doing, holding his baseball bat. Like he was ready to really swing it. And a few minutes went by. He calmed down a little bit. And that's when my roommates starting to come home. So one after another, within that 15-minute span, 8 or 9 roommates came home. And then they, of course, the first few roommates would come over and be like, what's the commotion? And then all of a sudden, all these other roommates we're all standing in a circle. We're all trying to figure out why he was doing it. And he just spilled out everything he's been telling me for a few months, prior, along, every other days or every a few days. He would tell me what's going on, what he believes in, and he would just have this complete breakdown. And there was like a intervention. He believed that the roommates downstairs somehow was able to pull a latch, and then the floor would open up so he could climb up to his room when he's gone. And we're like, okay, show us this. So we went into his room and we're looking at this hardwood floor, and there was nothing there. But he would explain how, oh, look, you see this this seam right here. This seam is where somehow he can open the floor up and climb up. And we're like, what the heck? There's nothing there. And he would go on mentioning, oh, see the wall? The roommate next to his room was able to peep into it, through this little hole. So the landlord was also living in the house. He went and got the key and opened the room next door. And we're looking at the wall. We're like, where's this little hole you're talking about? There's nothing there. Like, and I could tell by looking into his eyes, he's starting to realize, like, he just got a wake-up call. And that was a gang stalking experience. That was exactly what TIs go through. Not all TIs, but some TIs, a lot of them goes through this. So at the time, I have no idea what gang stalking is. I just got a first-hand experience of what's going on. And fast forward to now, a few years back, 4 or 5 years ago, when I first realized that, something's going on here, and I research in this gang stalking, that's where I make the connection that, wait a minute, these situations are exactly the same as what my ex-roommate went through. And I was the person on the other side at that time thinking, oh man, he really lost his mind. He's delusional. So now I'm actually going through what he went through. So by having that experience back in my college days, it gave me an upper hand in realizing that, what I would imagine is my neighbor spying on me, and I don't see them on cameras, it kind of all makes sense that something else is going on. You see my point? You see what I'm trying to...
So do you think that really happened to him? Do you think he was being gang stalked, or do you not think he was being gang stalked?
Oh, I definitely know that he went through something. And if you watch my channel, okay, I talk about how the gang stalkers are the bully spirits, okay? These evil spirits. And a lot of people would say, oh, there's no such thing as spirits. There's no spirits. But at the same time, I would like to say, how many hours have you researched on spirits and what do spirits do? Because I have dedicated many, many hours, okay? And I think a fair amount of time would be 20 hours. 20 hours, okay, solid 20 hours into studying spirits. That person should be able to identify that, oh, something else is going on. There is a possibility that spirits do exist. Because it's been talked about for thousands of years in all cultures. It's the scientific community like to say, oh, because they don't understand science back then, so our minds trying to make up whatever makes sense. So that's how the scientific community used as a way to discredit thousands of years from all different cultures, all different types of people, from the kings to queens to peasants, discredit all of them on spirits.
So you think it's a spiritual ghost haunting kind of thing?
Well, I never believed in paranormals. I never enjoy watching paranormal movies. I don't watch them. I mean, even for horror films, I would watch more like people, doing horror stuff instead of paranormal horrors. You know what I'm saying? Like those Chainsaw Massacre type of movie. I mean, I don't watch them, but if I did, those are the type of horror, Like I wouldn't pick anything with ghosts or paranormal. But now that I went through all of this and I know what I know, whenever I watch a horror film that are paranormal, I can make the connection now, and I know exactly what the writer was trying to get their point across, and the similar experience that the writer was writing. Because the writer, when they make a movie, the writer actually they write a lot of their stuff based on what they know, or what they experience in life. And there's a lot of similarities with these paranormal movies and these writers about ghost books or ghost related topics. There's a lot of similarities. Now, are they all just so happen to be making up similar things? Or is it because there's similar experience that are really happening? See, that's a lot to discredit for the scientific community to just say, oh, our minds just trying to make sense of things. But when you actually research and go deeper into history to modern days, it's hard to believe that people would just make up similar things without having similar experience. Does that make any sense?
But what does that have to do with gang stalking, though?
That is because these entities, okay, I may mention that TIs, we're more aware of what's going on, so we can actually pick up these different things happening.
Oh no, there's no way, bro. I think you're not a real target either. After what you just said in that other story, I'm pretty sure you're
okay, but what makes you believe that though?
Because you're one of these people that tries to make it into some like religious, spiritual thing.
I don't read Bibles.
Yeah, but you're talking about spirits and ghosts and shit. That has nothing to do with gang stalking at all.
And that's why I have to ask you, how many hours of research have you done on spirits?
That has nothing to do with it. It's real people following me around because someone's telling them to follow you around. There's nothing more, nothing less. It has nothing to do with ghosts.
And that's why I always mention that the gang stalkers are next to you. These spirits are clinging on to a person all day long. So yeah, a spirit
because somebody's paying them to do it though. It's not because they're just fucking bored or something.
Okay, so if you say they're paying them, where's all the proof? Because a lot of TI make that mention, but then how come no one's providing any solid proof, convincing proof?
The people who do it it's like a billionaire who's funding it or some shit, or Harvard or the government, but it's real people with money, and that's it. It's like the moment you start going off into some like schizophrenic shit, you lose all credibility instantly. It's like you're trying to hurt the movement, almost the supposed movement you're a part of, the targeted individual community or whatever the fuck.
I mean, look at you. You're the one with a chief handler handle thinking it's funny to make fun of TI.
Because why would I be serious with clowns like you, bro? You just did some weird shit.
Because I'm serious with you.
Because
I've been talking serious with you.
No, you just came out the closet, literally.
What closet? I've been talking about this with my face in videos. There's nothing. I'm not hiding anything.
Yeah, but like you and a lot of other people on YouTube have that same agenda of trying to get like TNT Storm. That's why I clowned her for a long time. She talks about she's like fucking the second coming of like an angel here to send wrath upon the evil demons. Like, what the fuck? That has nothing to do with gang stalking, bro. It's a group of people being paid to torture you because you piss someone off that's rich, probably a millionaire or a billionaire, and they have enough money to fuck with you, and that's it. Like,
hey, I'll tell you this though. So do you believe you have gang stalkers?
I mean, yeah, they're always there. They're never gonna go away. Mine just went from overt to covert.
So do you agree with me when I say your gang stalkers are dumpster stains?
They're what? Dumpsters?
So if you look into a dumpster and you see those stains, like I call them dumpster stains. So do you agree with me when I say your gang stalkers are dumpster stains?
Yeah, I don't think they have jobs. I think that's how they make money, by just harassing people.
So you do believe? So you are still being gang stalked?
I mean, it's not. If it's not overt, then it's not happening. I mean, they're always going to be there watching you. That's going to be for life. But if they're not saying anything to you, then no, you're really not being gang stalked.
So,
because everybody's being gang stalked, then if you think about it covertly, the whole world's being gang stalked covertly. Unless it happens to you openly, or they're like mimicking you in public, then that's what gang stalking is. If it goes back to from the shadows, and then it stops.
So I have made mention that the entire world, everyone's a TI. So kind of like what you're saying, right? Everyone's like being gang stalked,
spied on by its cell phones, the government. Yep.
Okay. So now you are saying that I am lying to you, basically.
I think you're getting paid to not put the money on the target. So you're getting paid to mislead people or something, probably, just like everybody else is getting paid to fuck with people.
Now,
Because it's simple, bro. It's like a money making operation. This is all about money. There's no spirituality. There's no. It's money, money, money. Money funds them. Money moves them. If the fucking government collapsed and there was no money to pay these people, or if the world went into chaos or a war or something, it would stop instantly if they stopped getting money. Nobody's gonna follow people around for free. Nobody's gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes, exactly. No one follow anyone around for free. So what is causing you? Well, first of all, I have to say, I'm not getting paid because for you to say that, you're gonna need to back it with some claim, with some proof, and you won't be able to find any of that.
there's no
And
proof. There's never been proof ever about anything spiritual or that. There's less proof than that.
now, see, now I know you're talking without realizing that you haven't done your research. See, because you made that claim right now, but you haven't done your 20 hours of research. Am I
There's
right?
never. I've looked into it heavily. There's nothing that has convinced me about anything about that being real.
No, I don't believe you on that one because if you did look into it heavily, you will know that there are spiritual entities out there and spirits that have been mentioned throughout history.
Mm.
You haven't done your
That's
research, okay? Let's be honest here.
That's how medieval peasants explained gang stalking, though. They thought it was demonic possession because they didn't have the knowledge to understand that there are evil, powerful. The people who run the world have been in power for over 2,000 years. So, yes, gang stalking has been going on for thousands of years. Hundreds of years ago, people, to the best of their knowledge, illiterate peasants tried to put into words what was happening to them. And the easiest way for them to put it into words was like, oh, it's demons hopping from body to body, blah, blah, blah. They couldn't perceive how the world really worked. They didn't know. You can't blame them because they didn't have the knowledge. But nowadays, if you research heavily enough, you will come back to gang stalking being funded by either the government, the Rothschilds, billionaires, trillionaires. You do know there's trillionaires, right? The Rothschilds family are trillionaires.
Exactly. And I don't think trillionaires are really that crazy evil.
But they
I mean,
could
because
fund, they're the only people who could fund this program. And they could definitely do it if you're a trillionaire.
so why would they gang stalk me? Or do you think I'm not being gang stalked at all?
I'm not sure if you are, or because you might just not, I'm not saying that everybody who doesn't get it is just a liar, but you might not get the whole picture, or you might be pushing a different picture for money. I'm not sure about that.
See, and that's the thing. If you're unsure, then you shouldn't make those claims about me.
But you're pushing wrong information though, so I have to
How-
like confront you somehow.
I'm pushing wrong information.
The moment you say it's spiritual, you're leading people into a mental prison. They're never going to figure out the truth if they believe you. So you're hurting people.
You think spirits are mental problems?
Yeah,
So
I think
what about
that's
people that goes to church and read the Bible? There's a lot of spiritual stuff mentioned there. Are they all mental problems?
kind of. I mean,
So
I believe in a God, but I think like if you believe that a book that could have been written by a man is a way to dictate your life, then yeah, you're probably retarded.
no, they're not written by a man. They're written by stories, many different stories from
that could have
different
been
people.
altered and changed throughout history,
Yes,
just
it
like
was
everything
altered by
has.
the King James. So you think about it, it's King James version. An actual king believes in the Bible, but you said earlier it was peasants. So
He
why
wrote a
would
book
king,
about demonology, and he believes in demons and shit and witchcraft, and there's a lot of
the
weird
king?
shit about him. King
The king?
James. Yep.
Yeah, so
Look
he's a king, he's royalty, but he still believes in stuff like that. But you said peasants earlier.
No, I was talking about like but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like people back then didn't know the whole extent of the world, but now with the internet, you can literally like get to the bottom of what gang stalking is if you research completely into this.
Then how come the entire world see the TIs as crazy people?
Because of like literally because of people like you and TNT Storm and people who start talking about weird shit that has nothing to do with it. People who start talking about V2K, people who start talking about fucking voices and fucking paranormal shit and fucking
Well, you know what,
absent-minded
kid?
Abe.
I gotta tell you something, kid. I'm sorry, but I disagree with you because Your gang stalkers are manipulating you using lower voice to skull.
No, they're
And
not. That's not real. It doesn't exist. It's people talking to you in real life. That's all it is.
okay, I'll tell you how you can experiment. Okay, I'm going to share an experiment with you, and if you want to do it on your own time, that's fine. So the experiments go like this: you set your timer for 30 minutes, and during that 30 minutes, I want you to relax and not think about anything. So before the 30 minutes ends, during that time, you're supposed to relax, not think about anything. If you have any one thoughts at all, that one thought, where did it came from? Because the whole objective is to not think about anything until the timer goes off.
But you can't. That's a weird experiment. I mean, I'll tell you this: I've seen shit that mimics like your thoughts being read or whatever. But I think that's just like it's smoke and mirrors, bro. They're doing something that could be explained reasonably. It's like
Well, to me,
it's like
to
I've thought
me,
of something and then I've seen it on TV right after. And a lot of people, I've talked to hundreds of people on Facebook that say the same shit.
but now I'm not. That's not what I'm talking about though. To me, if you actually have one thought during that experiment, to me that shows that we have no control of our own mind, and that these thoughts are actually being popped into our head. So where's this source? Where's this other thought coming from? Right? You can say it's
Probably,
government, but regardless, it's still a form of a something that's happening, right? Lower voices skull.
but
You don't
wait,
want to believe in spirit? Fine. You want to believe in government? Fine. But regardless, something else is sending us these thoughts. That's
your
my
cell
point here.
phone, Wi-Fi, cell phone.
Then turn off the cell phone.
Exactly. Yeah. I think gang stalking would 100% go away if you just go live in the woods.
No, it will not.
If
It's a
if people can't find you, if these people who do it they can't find you, it goes away. If you have no technology beaming shit at you, it stops. There's no way they can just magically do it.
nope. They're gonna follow you everywhere you go because they're next to you.
But what if you lose them and then you make a break for the woods and then you hide and then go to
That's what
another
I
country?
that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, trying to figure this out, try to break away from them. And the only one video I've seen that seems to be possible was a video I play of this lady with her body in the water. She was somewhere, okay, out in the ocean. Most of her body's underwater, and it was windy, and she's doing a video, but then just by chance, okay, her video's not on paranormal. Just by chance, it was so windy that the spirit was blown away by the wind, and you can see in the video. I don't know if you ever seen it, but I have that video up. It's the video on electric mist, okay? Electric mist. That's the video that I have up, and that's the only time I've seen these spirits was able to get blown away and was pushed away from a person. Was her body, okay, from her shoulder down was in water. Her arms and her head was out of the water, and she's doing a selfie style type of filming, and you can tell it was windy, and that's when the ghost was blown away. It was captured on footage. That's the only time I've seen anything like that. Other than that, I don't know how else to get rid of them.
But I mean, so how would they gang stalk you if you live in the middle of nowhere by yourself?
Because they follow you. They're actually clinged on to you. That's
But they
why.
would have okay, but there'd be no if your theory is correct, there'd be no human vessels anywhere for them to possess, so they couldn't even fuck with you. It would stop.
But you are the vessel.
So what, you think you'd be out in the woods by yourself and hear voices or some shit?
Well, that's what they do. Okay. What they do is they like to use sound. So if you're hearing a lot of like random banging sound, somehow the sound can increase that audio, okay, of voice to skull, okay.
Here's a big problem though. There's different types of gang stalking. Mine is just people following me around, or was anyway. It's just groups of people who are saying very real things. I've never heard voices. I've never heard anything, any noises or anything like that. It's just like giant hundreds, possibly thousands of people fucking with you in public, saying things that you're doing in the privacy of your own home, that kind of shit. That's another reason why I never liked the gang stalking community, is because it's like there's different types and they don't mash together. Because for me, so now, yeah, that's pretty much it. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, finish. Sorry.
Yeah, so for me, I feel like for me, me by associating or accepting the fact that V2K is real or whatever the fuck, that doesn't really benefit me in any way. I feel like it's putting me into like a worse hole. It's like putting me into like a schizophrenic category when I've never even experienced that in real life. So why would I vouch for that? And why would I want to be associated with people who talk about that shit all the time? It's
And
almost like the whole purpose of it is to discredit me.
no, and you shouldn't. I mean, if you're not having made a connection of voice to skull, then you wouldn't understand what it's like. And I have made mention that, I am already there and I'm making these videos to help other TI with voice to skull. And a lot of these TIs with voice to skull, they absolutely understand what I'm saying. So if you haven't made the connection of voice to skull, then yeah, it would sound crazy and you wouldn't understand it. And that's fine. You don't have to believe me or call me crazy or whatever, but you can keep that information, you'll make your own judgment. But then as soon as you make a claim that I'm not a real TI and all this other stuff, that's where, I have the right to defend myself and explain things because you brought me into the conversation, And
So let's play devil's advocate, right? Let's say V2K is real and all that shit, and it's happening, right? It could be. I don't know. Never happened to me. What's the point of talking about it when you can't prove that? The only thing you can prove about gang stalking is that there's people following you. So when you try to focus on unprovable things, doesn't that just hurt
no, I can't
the
prove
whole?
it. I just shared the experiment with you. The experiment I share is proving it, that there is another source that's beaming us thoughts, and it is lower voice to skull. It doesn't have to be at a high volume. It could be a feeling or no voices at all, but a thought would pop in, like that idea popped into your head. That's what I've been trying to share. So that is the method, a theory to prove. And I've already been writing a paper on it, and soon enough, I'm going to submit it into a scientific journal or one of those places.
I would have
Like
to
if you
look
try
at
the
that.
experiment, okay, first of all, majority of people do not have control of their own mind. Hence, the scientific community believe that, or the medical industry believe that an average person have like 60, 70,000 thoughts a day. That just, to me, it just means we have no control of our own mind. So that's where the meditation comes in play, where they say it's good to practice to meditate. And a lot of people don't even know how to meditate. To meditate is not to think about random stuff. To meditate is to think about one thing and one thing only. Okay. In my instance, I tell people to think about nothing, just relax. And to think about nothing is harder than it sounds.
You know what's
It's really
funny?
hard.
I've heard meditation leads to demonic possession. Actually,
Well, because these things has always been there. It's meditation is what gives us the awareness that they are there. So in a way, yeah, I see what you're saying. People could say that, but they're already there anyways. And some are good, some are bad, but that's what really drives people to have ideas in their head. Because a person by him or herself don't really generate ideas as good as if a person's having a conversation with another person. So it takes like two person to have a conversation to be able to generate ideas and share information. So, and that's another thing with TIs is the gang stalkers want us to be isolated. When we're isolated, the only thing we're doing majority of the time is just talking in our head or listening in our own mind. And that's a dangerous thing because when you've been isolated for too long and yet you don't recognize that a lot of these thoughts are not your own thoughts, the person can buy into believing those thoughts are all true and is all his or her own. And mixed with the gang stalking belief, and that's what the TI eventually will lead into this believing that whatever's happening are true, even though they just comes from in their own mind, filling in all the blanks, filling in the answers for their own questions without having solid proof. Does that make any sense?
yeah. So I think that's like kind of a dangerous rabbit hole to go down. I feel like
I mean, I think I explained it, but I try to explain it to layman's term, but I mean, it's okay if you want to ask a question about it or whatever. If I'm confused you in any way,
okay, there we go.
but
Yeah,
okay, but I don't want to. I mean, you have your opinions. I welcome your opinion, and thank you for being honest with me. And I need to hear other people's experience because that will help me uh, work on my way of, you know, explaining things. Because I want to be able to explain what I know in the easiest way possible. Because a lot of these scientists, they try to explain things is just using scientific words or words that are just people don't really understand. I want to be able to explain things where a third grader can understand, you know, because I think that is the key to really.
You have to, because the general public is like retarded, so it's the only way to get it out there.
I mean, yeah, well, in America, I mean, the general public are better than I guess a lot of countries out there.
Yeah,
But I still want to. I mean, that's just my goal here, and I appreciate you sharing your opinion. But I have nothing against you, and it's okay if you believe I'm not a TI, but I am a TI, and hopefully in the future I can change your mind on that. And
I just want to finish with just one thing, but
okay,
why
sure.
not focus on the one thing that you can prove, like people following you, and why
People falling?
most TIs? Why did they
Wait.
obsess over the hardest things to prove? When the easiest thing to prove would be to get like a couple of people to follow you around and record people harassing you in public. And then look, yeah, I'm being followed by random people, gang stalking. That's the easiest thing to do. Why does everybody obsess over like the super complicated shit? Like V2K, the spirituality. You can't prove that on paper beyond reasonable doubt or in a court of law. The only thing you can prove beyond reasonable doubt in a court of law is people following you around because they're getting paid to. That's all we can do here, in my opinion.
I mean, yeah. If you want to set up an experiment and you could hire people, you know, through Craigslist and have them follow you and play the part. Yeah, that's possible. I guess a lot of these TIs, a lot of them they're genuine and they do want people, the masses, to know that gang stalking is real. And but they're also the way they approach it and the way they provide evidence. The
Bro,
general public.
you said you were gonna write a scientific journal or some shit. That shit sounds delusional, my guy. Nobody's gonna like you. Like, you see what you're saying? You're like, oh, I can prove
No.
it scientifically, but like, what? Come
It's
on,
not
bro, be
delusional.
realistic.
It's not delusional because if you try that experiment, then you would understand. Like, people don't
You're
have
not a
control of their mind.
scientist, bro. What university did you go to? Do you have a scientific degree?
No, I don't have a scientific degree, and it is what it is. I mean, what I explain is the method.
So there's no way you could prove in a scientific experiment what you're saying. You're just pulling shit out of your ass.
No,
That's
I'm
what
not, because no, you're talking out of your ass because you haven't even done the experiment yet.
Because
I've
I'm
been
not a
here.
scientist, bro, and neither are you.
Okay. Okay, so I share an experiment with you. Why don't you try it first before you start making claims?
Because it's an experiment that can be easily debunked.
No, it's not, because you haven't even tried. You're just talking out of your butt.
I don't know, see, this is whatever. Hey, man, it was a good talk.
Yeah, I mean, we disagree, but just later on, you have time. Just try it, okay? That's all I'm saying. Just try it.
All right. Sounds good.
Well, thank you for joining me.
Yeah, good luck, man. Good luck with everything. Keep making videos. I'll check them out to kind of try to open my mind a little bit to these possibilities. But I've watched a lot of TIs, man. None of them have convinced me over that, but maybe you will. So,
well, thank you so much. I hope so. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a good night, bro.
You take care now. All right, everybody. Well, it's been a long stream, and thank you for joining me. I'm tired now, and I have to go make some food. So remember, no fear. And take care of yourself. Sumo, signing out.